فيما باركت.
Buatnya lakukan yang tekan.
Bibit ke atas kan bibit.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim wa bihi nasta'in ala umuri dunya waddin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wa imamil mursalin sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'd. The Excellency Director of the IN Gurus, Profesor Dr. Abdul Manasi LC, The Excellency The Excellency, the Vice of Rector of IN Gurus, The Excellency, the Dean of Tarbiyah Faculty of IN Gurus, Dr. Muhammad Nurfukron, SAD MSc, The Excellency, the Chair of Islamic Educational Guidance and Counseling, Mr. Hilman Rafi Azmi, MPD. The Excellency, the distinguished speakers, Professor Dr. Mansur bin Abi Thalib from Malaysia, and Assistant Professor Augusto da Costa, PhD from Timor-Leste. And honorable all participants, welcome to this event with the Professor 1.0. First of all, let's thanks to our God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who give us a blessing so we can attend this event. Second, salawat and salam always be with our best prophet, Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Ladies and gentlemen, here is an agenda for today. The first agenda is opening. The second agenda is sing the national anthem Indonesia Raya. The third agenda is speech by distinguished speakers. The fourth agenda is pray. The last agenda is closing. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let's get started to the first agenda, which is opening. Let's open our agenda today by praying according to each other's belief. Thank you. Moving on the second agenda, which is singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya.
Indonesia Raya.
Nomor 2 ini pendidikan.
Thank you. The third agenda, speech speaker, will be delivered by the Dean Tarbiyah Faculty of EIN Kudus. And the sometime open the event with the Professor 1.0 to Dr. Muhammad Nur Gufron SAG MSI. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bisa mendengar suara saya?
Bisa, Pak.
Oke.
Bisa, Pak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa kafa. Assalatu wassalamu ala sayyidina Muhammadil Mustafa wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ahli sidqi wal wafa. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka antal alimul hakim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. His Excellency the Rector of IAIN Kudus, Professor Dr. Haji Abdurrahman Kasti LCMSI, Honorable Speakers, Professor Dr. Mansur bin Abu Talib and Assistant Professor Augusto da Costa PhD, Respectable Vice Dean Tarbiyah Islamic Education Faculty IAIN Kudus, Mr. Ulinuha MPD, Ms. Rini Dwi Susanti MAG MPD, and Steoningsi MPD, and Head of Study Program Islamic Educational Guidance and Counseling, Mr. Hilman Rafi Azmi MPD. Dear participant of the Meet Professor 1.0 Visiting Professor Islamic Educational Guidance and Counseling 2022, my beloved steering committee and operating committee of the Visiting Professor Islamic Educational Guidance and Counseling, dear professor, lecturer, researcher, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to the Meet Professor 1.0 Visiting Professor Islamic Educational Guidance and Counseling. Allow me to deliver my speech in Bahasa Indonesia to make sure that that what I want will be achieved well. Puji syukur kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala yang telah memberikan rahmat hidayah dan inayahnya kepada kita sehingga kita dapat mengikuti kegiatan visiting profesor pada hari ini, pada tahun 2022 ini dengan lancar. Salawat dan salam adalah kita aturkan kepada junjungan kita Nabi Agung Muhammad SAW yang telah membawa kita kepada dunia yang terang benderang karena kecintaannya kepada ilmu pengetahuan. Atas nama Fakultas Tarbiyah IAIN Kudus, saya menyampaikan penghargaan dan apresiasi yang sangat tinggi kepada program studi bimbingan konseling pendidikan Islam atau Islamic Educational Guidance and Counseling atau yang sering disingkat dengan BKPI, ya. BKPI IAIN Kudus, terutama kepada Ketua Program Studi Bimbingan Konseling Pendidikan Islam, Bapak Hilman Rofi Azmi, kegiatan Meet the Professor 1.0, The Visiting Professor Islamic Educational Guidance and Counseling kali pertama ini ya, yang rencananya kegiatan ini dilanjutkan pada tahun-tahun berikutnya dengan menghadirkan para profesor dari negara-negara lain, ya seluruh belahan dunia kira-kira seperti itu. Dan semoga perhelatan yang pertama tahun ini dapat terselenggara dengan baik, dan saya selaku pribadi dan selaku Dekan Fakultas Tarbiyah sangat mendukung kegiatan Meet the Professor 1.0, The Visiting Professor Islamic Educational Guidance and Counseling ini, yang merupakan bentuk komitmen program studi PKPI dan juga Fakultas Tarbiyah dalam memberikan pengayaan, penajaman, penguatan keilmuan secara umum khususnya berkaitan bimbingan dan konseling kepada sivitas akademika program studi PKPI dan peminat kajian bimbingan dan konseling pada umumnya. Kegiatan Meet the Professor 1.0, The Visiting Professor Islamic Educational Guidance and Counseling ini juga merupakan upaya kita bersama untuk terus mengembangkan kecintaan terhadap ilmu pengetahuan, untuk menajamkan intelektualitas kita berkaitan bimbingan dan konseling secara umumnya. Dan kegiatan ini merupakan juga sebagai salah satu sarana untuk saling silaturahmi, saling menyapa, bahkan saling bekerja sama nanti ya, antar pembimbing dan konselor, antar lembaga, dan bisa saja nanti antar negara. Saudara-saudara sekalian yang berbahagia, kegiatan Meet the Professor ini tahun 2002 ini mengangkat tema The Challenge of Counselor Existence in a Post-Pandemic, ya. Dan sebuah tema yang sangat relevan dengan dunia kita saat ini, apalagi menghadapi era baru setelah pandemi di mana berbagai penyesuaian dan perubahan yang diperlukan dan dibutuhkan oleh para pembimbing dan konselor. Kalau sebelumnya ada COVID, para pembimbing konselor telah melaksanakan proses bimbingan dan konseling sebelum COVID ya. Para pembimbing dan konselor telah melaksanakan proses bimbingan dan konselingnya secara offline ya. Kemudian diterpa COVID-19 yang memaksa melakukan proses bimbingan dan konselingnya secara online ya. Kemudian saat COVID mulai mereda dan babak baru, era pembiasaan baru hadir ya, maka diperlukan kembali penyesuaian baru lagi. Dan tantangan keberadaan para konselor di era post pandemik ini atau setelah pandemi inilah yang akan disampaikan oleh para profesor narasumber kita pada hari ini. Seperti laporan yang saya terima, ya, pendaftar visiting professor Islamic Educational Guidance and Counseling tahun ini ada sekitar 203 peserta yang berasal dari negara Indonesia, Malaysia, Timur Leste, dan Brunei Darussalam. Ya. Atas nama Fakultas Tarbiyah IAIN Kudus mengucapkan terima kasih kepada para narasumber hari ini, ya, kegiatan hari ini, Meet the Professor 1.0, The Visiting Professor Islamic Educational Guidance and Counseling pada hari ini, kepada Profesor Dr. Mansur bin Abu Talib yang merupakan juga Vice President Persatuan Konseling Malaysia Internasional, juga dari Faculty of Social Science and Liberal Art UCSI University. Juga terima kasih kepada Asisten Profesor Augusto da Costa PhD dari Director of Master Program of Educational yang juga menjabat sebagai Vice President of Research Center of Instituto Superior Cristal ISC di Timor Leste, juga kepada para partisipan yang telah hadir dan meluangkan waktu untuk mengikuti kegiatan ini. Sebenarnya dan rencananya kegiatan ini akan dihadiri oleh Bapak Rektor YAIN Kudus, namun karena ada satu dan lain hal yang tidak bisa ditinggalkan sehingga tidak bisa hadir pada Zoom ini. Oleh karena itu, permohon maaf Rektor atas kehadiran beliau, dan beliau nitip salam bahagia kepada Ibu sekalian. Atas nama Fakultas Tarbiyah YAIN Kudus, mohon maaf apabila dalam pelaksanaan Meet the Professor 1.0, The Visiting Professor Islamic Educational Guidance and Counseling ini ada hal-hal yang kurang nyaman ataupun kurang berkenan. Mohon maaf ya. Semoga kegiatan Meet the Professor ini bisa berjalan dengan lancar dan tidak ada arah serta membawa manfaat bagi kita semuanya. Akhirnya dengan membaca Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Meet the Professor 1.0, The Visiting Professor Islamic Educational Guidance and Counseling tahun 2022 secara resmi saya buka. Dari saya apabila ada kurang lebihnya mohon maaf. Wa'alaikum minkum, wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you. The reading of Pride by Mr. Moh Anwar Yasmin, MPD. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Mohon izin menyampaikan doa menurut agama Islam, dan bagi yang beragama selain agama Islam bisa berdoa menurut keyakinan masing-masing. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma shalli ala sayyidina Muhammadin sayyidil awwalin wal akhirin wa sallim wa radiyallahu tabaraka wa ta'ala an kulli sahabati sayyidina Rasulillahi ajmain. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, segala puji untuk-Mu, pemelihara alam semesta. Segala puji atas karunia dan kenikmatan yang Engkau limpahkan kepada kami. Segala puji atas keagungan-Mu. Segala puji atas kemuliaan-Mu dan kekuasaan-Mu. Allahumma shalli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Ya Maliku, ya Kudusu, kami agungkan nama-Mu karena hanya Engkaulah Tuhan kami. Hanya kepadamu kami bersujud, hanya kepadamu kami bersyukur, dan hanya kepadamu lah kami memanjatkan doa. Ya Allah, ya Rahim, hanya kepadamu kami menyembah, dan hanya kepadamu kami memohon pertolongan. Ya Rabbana, hari ini kami berkumpul di sini dalam kegiatan Meet the Professor. Berdiskusi, berdialog, mengurai fikir, memberikan sumbangsih terbaik kepada bangsa dan negara Indonesia. Karenanya ya Allah, lancarkanlah acara kami. Berkahilah, penuhilah pertemuan ini dengan kebaikan dari awal hingga akhir nanti. Bukakanlah pikiran kami, lenturkanlah lidah kami, dan berikanlah kami ide-ide yang cemerlang untuk membangun dan memahami segala yang disampaikan. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Ya Tuhanku, lapangkanlah dada kami dan lancarkanlah lidah kami serta mudahkanlah urusan kami. Allahumma arinal haqqa haqqa warzuqna ittiba'ah wa arinal batila batila warzuqna ijtinabah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, limpahkanlah kepada kami kebahagiaan di dunia dan di akhirat, dan hindarkanlah dari api neraka. Wassallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun al mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Al-Fatihah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you. The last agenda is closing. Let's close our agenda by praying according to each other's belief. I'm sorry for some mistakes. Thank you for your participation and your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, then there will be an offering from the Islamic Educational Guidance and Counseling Study Program.
Mental health issues are a worldwide problem that is frequently ignored. On the other hand, the creation of various mental health service platforms based on the assistance of psychologists and psychiatrists is vast expanding, with a variety of funding mechanisms. How about the counselor existence? It must be accepted that the existence of counselor and counseling guidance expert must be maintained by the construction of a unique digital platform that is owned and produced by counselors and counseling guidance experts for free and capable of competing exponentially. In a digital-based culture, my counselor is here as a free mental health care innovation. My counselor offers a variety of services, including my article, video, Islamic audio, and Q&A. The services listed in the application for my counselor are quite plural. Counseling, my counselor support group, psychology service, and an SOS call are all included. My counselor SOS call is an excellent service. This is an emergency call for person seeking to overcome depression or other life-threatening problems. The service is provided by experts, including counselors, psychologists, and peer counselors, and is founded on the philosophy of low-cost, high-impact innovation. SOS Call Service approach combine technology and offline service to assist person whose mental health is affected and requires immediate attention due to difficulties that have progressed to the point where assistance is required. As of today, my counselor has over 3,000 downloads on the Google Play Store and up to down. The existence of my counselor has aided hundreds of counselors from Indonesia to other countries in the States. In the context of the mental health campaign, my counselor is also active on the social media platform Instagram. MyCounselor.id had a reach of 46,000 people, 2,680 followers, and 125 postings in this case. By bringing low-cost, high-impact innovation to people's mental health, my counselor can make a major difference. Testimonial and questionnaires from my counselor attest to this. My counselor low-cost, high-impact innovation.
Oke, itu tadi. Oke, itu tadi video dari My Counselor, aplikasi My Counselor. Kalian bisa nanti bisa dibuka di Play Store, bisa di-download ya teman-teman. Terus video dari BKPI juga.
Ya, tadi sudah ditayangkan profil dari Prodi Bimbingan dan Konseling Pendidikan Islam IAIN Kudus, dan juga tadi sudah ditayangkan profil dari My Counselor, yaitu salah satu program yang diciptakan oleh Prodi BKPI IAIN Kudus. Halo semuanya, selamat pagi. Selamat
Halo,
pagi ya.
selamat pagi semuanya.
Ya, selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
Dari mana aja nih?
Dari
Ya,
sini.
kemarin ada data terbaru bahwa peserta yang mengikuti Meet the Professor 1.0 hari ini ada dari 4 negara. Yang pertama
Negara apa
adalah
aja nih, Kak?
Indonesia. Tentunya Indonesia banyak sekali. Nah, yang kedua ada dari Malaysia, yang ketiga juga ada dari Timor-Leste, dan yang keempat tidak disangka-sangka ada juga peserta dari Brunei Darussalam. Gitu.
Selamat datang untuk kalian semua. Semoga apa yang nanti akan disampaikan oleh para narasumber yang tentunya sudah ahli dalam bidangnya bisa bermanfaat untuk kita semuanya.
Amin. Teman-teman semua, apakah paham dengan apa yang kami sampaikan? Do you understand all?
Boleh dijawab lewat chat ataupun lewat emoticon di Zoom ya teman-teman.
You can answer in chat on the Zoom or expression with emoticon in the Zoom.
Oke, itu ada Julio. Halo Julio.
Halo Julio.
From Timor Leste. Good morning. Ada lagi Kak dari mana itu? Ida from Indonesia.
Selamat pagi.
Julio dari Timor Leste.
Diana Happy. Hestiani, selamat pagi Hestiani. Good morning. Yang di mana? Halo. From Rembang. Rembang ini di Indonesia sendiri ya Kak?
Iya, banyak sekali peserta dari Indonesia. Tapi yang kita tunggu-tunggu hari ini adalah seminar atau ilmu yang akan disampaikan oleh dua narasumber atau speaker kita hari ini. Ya, yang pertama adalah pemateri dari Timor Leste. Beliau Bapak
Asisten Profesor Augusto da Costa PhD.
Ya, dan yang satunya lagi adalah beliau dari Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Mansur bin Abu Thalib. Bentar lagi kita akan masuk ke main event atau poin dari acara pada hari ini.
Namun masih nanti ya Kak, jam 10.
Masih nanti. Kita akan mulai pada jam 10 tepat.
Oke, nanti jangan lupa untuk mengisi absen. Link absen akan di-share di kolom Zoom, kolom chat Zoom.
Ya, nanti link absen akan di-share saat di akhir acara nanti. Jadi acara Meet the Professor 1.0 hari ini tuh benefitnya apa aja sih Kak?
Nanti kita bisa mendapatkan sertifikat tentunya.
Wow.
Dan tentunya lagi kita mendapatkan ilmu yang baru.
Iya, kita juga dapat relasi. Itu juga nanti ada grup WhatsApp di mana di grup WhatsApp itu kita jadi satu ya, kita saling berkenalan. Ada 4 negara yang ada di situ dan negara Indonesia dari seluruh penjuru dunia, dari seluruh Indonesia. Dan juga kita bisa belajar bareng, ya kita bisa belajar bareng. Kita bisa dapat ilmu tentang tema pada hari ini adalah Visiting Professor of Islamic Educational Guidance and Counseling 2022. Ya, jadi teman-teman stay tune pada event kali ini. Karena kalian pasti nggak akan rugi mengikuti webinar yang dilaksanakan oleh HMPS, yang dilaksanakan oleh Prodi BKPI tahun 2022.
Oke, setelah ini ada mungkin promosi dulu dari
Kaprodi kita, ya, dari Kaprodi kita.
Ada salah satu lomba yang di Malaysia yang diketuai oleh Profesor Dr. Mansur bin Abi Thalib. Okay, I would like to invite the moderator, Mr. Hilman Rofi Asmi. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for your attendance to this evening. Okay. As the moderator for today, I would like to thank you very much for especially for the distinguished speaker. For the first one is Professor Dr. Mansur bin Abi Talib, and then the assistant professor, the Mr. Augusto da Costa, PhD, coming from the Timor-Leste. Thank you very much. We would like to say hello for today. Hello, Mr. Professor Mansur. Please join. Halo, Profesor Mansur.
Bluetooth mode.
Hello, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, so you can hear me, yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm so happy today. Finally, we meet together, even in this virtual room, but it's really okay. I'm so happy today to invite you as the keynote speaker, as the guest star for our program. How are you, Mr.?
I'm very good. Thank you very much. How about you?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good. Thank you very much, Prof. Mansur. All right. And then the second one is Assistant Professor Augusto da Costa, PhD. Would you like to unmute your microphone, Mr. Augusto?
Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you.
I'm fine.
It was a privilege for me to meet you all in this room. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Prof.
I call him
Prof. Mansur.
From Augusto.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, good morning
nice
to you
see
also.
You. Good morning.
Yeah, I think we met before, isn't it?
I think, yeah, in Padang or maybe
we
in
met
Bali.
before, I think.
Yeah.
Or maybe one of the web and one of the webinar, I think.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes, webinar. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Lovely to see you, Prof.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much. Same here also.
Okay.
And you are from Timor-Leste?
Yes, indeed. I am from Timor-Leste. Origin Timor-Leste.
Oh, very good. Very good. Yep.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ya, sungguh sangat senang ternyata Prof. Mansur juga Prof. Augusto tadi sudah bisa berkomunikasi secara langsung walaupun sebelumnya sudah pernah ketemu. Oke, Bapak Ibu sekalian, seluruh peserta sampai hari ini sudah kemarin yang terdaftar for almost 200 person coming from the 4 country. The first one is coming from Indonesia, and then Brunei Darussalam, and then Malaysia, and then surprisingly from Timor-Leste too. So this is the very good program, and then this is the one of the big event in our institution. Okay. Before we start for the main season, for the explanation from presentation from the Professor Mansur bin Abu Talib, I would like to give the information. This is the special information from the Perkama International, Persatuan Counseling Malaysia International. Okay, admin, would you mind to share the screen? Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya juga turut membantu untuk bisa memberikan informasi berkaitan dengan acara atau event yang akan diselenggarakan oleh Persatuan Counseling Malaysia pada tahun ini, di akhir tahun ini, tepatnya pada tanggal 1 hingga 4 November 2022. Nah, kegiatan ini nanti bertajuk International Counseling Convention pada tahun 2022 yang diselenggarakan secara offline di Riverside Majestic Hotel di Kuching, Sarawak, Malaysia. Nah, dalam event ini, in this event, there will so many speakers, the top of speaker. The keynote speaker, yang pertama adalah, keynote speaker pertama adalah Datuk Dr. Abdul Halim bin Muhammad Husin, as the President of International Counseling Association of Malaysia, atau Perkama International. Then, the keynote speaker, Professor Dr. William Bergen, as the President of International Association for Counseling. And then, in this event too, the committee invited the guest speaker. First one is the Datuk Dr. Sabariah Putit, State Secretary Office. And then the Professor Datuk Dr. Muhammad Kadim Suaidi as the Vice Chancellor of University of Malaysia, Sarawak. And then the future speaker, including the Professor Dr. Mansur bin Abi Thalib as the Vice President or from the Perkama International, which is coming joined for today. And then the Dr. Sheila Maria de Hoxton from Philippines. And then the Frederick Lopoike from Singapore. And then the Dr. Nurasihin Ibrahim from the Ministry of Health Malaysia. And special slot with Malaysian counseling professor too. There are so many professors here. Professor Datuk Muhammad Tajuddin Ninggal from Open University Malaysia, Professor of Counseling Psychology, which is graduate too from Indonesia, University of Malang, Professor Tajuddin. Yeah, I know him. And then Professor Dr. Hasli Saril Lim Abdullah from the Research Fellow, Human Resilience, the Professor of Counseling University, Science Islam Malaysia. And then the first speakers, the committee invited 5 speakers. The first one is Professor Dr. Muhammad Farsin as the President of Indonesian Guidance and Counseling Association. And then the Professor Dr. Ken Butler from American Counseling Association, or ACA, and Dr. Dione Mifsud from University of Malta. And then the Awang Sli Mujang, the President of Brunei Darussalam Counseling Association. And the last one is Sir Azam Osman as the Chief Executive Officer and Co-founder of Hidup Malaysia. So this is the very special program at November 2022. And we would like to invite you, all of the audience, all of the participants, to join too for this program, the International Counseling Convention 2022. Maybe Professor Mansur bin Abi Thalib will speak about explanation about this event later. Yeah, for the promoting the program. Okay, Excellencies, distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start the presentation for the season. The first one is Profesor Mansur bin Abi Thalib. Kita sudah berkenalan dengan beliaunya, sempat menyapa dan terusnya, dan ini adalah kesempatan yang sangat spesial bagi kami dari Prodi Bimbingan Konseling Pendidikan Islam IN Kudus berhasil mengundang beliaunya di tengah jadwal yang sangat padat. Beliau ini jadwalnya, schedule sangat padat sekali, tapi beliau berkenan untuk memberikan waktunya kepada kita semuanya untuk bisa bertemu dalam Meet the Professor 1.0 ini. Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, saya akan membacakan sebagai moderator hari ini, saya akan membacakan kurikulum vitae. Okay, sorry. I would like to read the curriculum vitae from Profesor Mansur bin Abi Thalib, which is ini sangat luar biasa sekali kurikulum vitae beliau ini. Sudah ada deskripsi hampir 3 lembar, which is itu adalah satu hal bentuk track record beliau atau riwayat profesional beliau, karir beliau yang sangat luar biasa. Beliau ini juga salah satu profesor yang sangat humble karena beliau mau saya hubungi bahkan sampai larut malam ya bikin slide khusus hari ini. Ini cukup luar biasa, Prof. Apresiasi
jangan dibaca semua, Mas. Jangan dibaca semua, malu saya.
Ya, Baik. Saya akan membaca sedikit ringkas tentang kurikulum vitae dari Profesor Mansur bin Abi Thalib. Professor Mansur bin Abi Thalib was born on 14 November 1960 in Johor. And then in 1989, he is as the assistant registrar at UPM Career and Counseling Unit. And then graduate with career counseling from California State University. And then receive the PhD in counseling from the University of Manchester. And the beginning of 1999, it's senior lecturer in UPM Department of Human Development and Family Studies, Faculty of Human Ecology. Professor Mansur was a visiting professor too at the University of Griffith, Malaysia in 2060 and until 70. Professor Mansur is the professor at Department Psychology, Faculty Science and Liberal Art or FOSLA, UCSI University right now, and also visiting professor at the Management of Science University in MSU. Ya, saya masih ingat 2015, Prof. 2016 kami berkunjung juga di UCSI untuk juga bertemu dengan Profesor Tajudin di South Wing kalau tidak salah di UCSI. Ini beberapa teman-teman saya yang juga hari ini bergabung sebagai peserta hari ini pun juga datang langsung ke kampus megahnya UCSI. Ini luar biasa di South Wing ya. Baik, beliau juga telah meluluskan hampir 40 mahasiswa, sudah melulus doktornya, dan juga menjadi tesis external examine atau penguji eksternal di kampus-kampus top di Malaysia, bahkan di Asia, seperti di University of Malaya, UPSI, University of Manchester, United Kingdom, ini bahkan sampai Inggris, kemudian Nanyang Technology University atau NTU di Singapura, dan juga di Periyar University di India. Dan beliau juga telah mempublish, he has published so many papers, more than 120 journal papers in cited and referral journal. 7 in Q1, which is the best one, and Q2. 10 books and 15 chapters and 22 proceeding, 3 modules and 4 rubric assessment. And Professor Mansur, a part of a teaching and research, Mansur has several administrative posts in UPM. He was appointed of college principal and as the deputy dean for student affairs and development in 2007 and until 2008, and deputy dean for research and innovation in 2008 until 2011, deputy director for alumni center 2011 until 2020, and the director of alumni center in 2012 and 2015.
Kenapa?
And then, this is the last at the national level. Ms. Professor Mansur has presented paper they included as the keynote speaker and keynote addresses in the season conference in United Kingdom, in United States of America, Germany, Italy, Japan, Brunei, and Indonesia. And then now, Professor Mansur as the vice president in the Perkama International, Persatuan Counseling Malaysia International. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to present Professor Mansur Abu Thalib. The time is yours, Professor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me? Am I loud and clear?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Selamat pagi, salam Malaysia, Indonesia atau salam Malindo. Salam daripada Perkama International dan juga UCSI kepada semua warga yang hadir pada pagi ini. Yang dihormati Rektor, Dekan, Ketua Jabatan, rakan speaker saya pada pagi ini dan semua peserta. So please give me permission to deliver in English, and of course I'm going to combine between English and also Malay so that everybody can get the idea what I'm trying to share today. So on behalf of Rekaman Internationals and also UCSI University, I would like to thank the organizer, Fakultas Tarbiyah, Yan Kudus, for inviting me today on behalf of Rekaman International that has been introduced by the moderator today. And also on behalf of my present employment currently, which is the UCSI University, specifically from the Department of Psychology and also Department of Psychology, Faculty, Social Sciences, and Liberal Arts. So thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And hopefully there'll be some take-home message that can be learned and shared by the participant today. So, Mr. Moderator, please allow me to share my screen, yeah? I need to share my screen, and the host need to disable, to enable so that I'm able to share my screen today.
This operator.
Boleh ke? So sebelum tu, I think this is probably like what 10, 11 webinar that I've done together with Indonesian counterpart, with various universities, and as been introduced just now, I think I've met Assistant Prof. Dr. Augusto somewhere, probably in the program, yeah. And as Rekaman International, we are the #1 non-government organization in Malaysia that doing counseling advocacy in Malaysia. So, and we work closely with Epkin, Prof. Faruzin, and also his executive, because we have this network, what we call Malaysia, Indonesia, and also Brunei. And I think as been mentioned by the moderator, during our International Counseling Conference on the 1st to 4th of November this year, we're going to launch another network of counselors that involve Asia Pacific. That's why if you can see from the lineup just now, the whole program, so we have representatives from various countries. Mr. Azmi, the host has not enabled my screen sharing.
Okay.
So
we'll check it for the
yeah, okay, so I'm not, so while waiting, so just saying something about the program. So I was told that we have quite a number of participants coming from Indonesia. And I was told also Mr. Azmi, the moderator, has also submitted to participate in the poster competition. So we have various program lineup. And for everyone information, we have successfully bid that conference back in 2019, yeah, in Canada. So our representative went to Canada. There are a few countries bid to organize that conference, and luckily, fortunately, Malaysia won. Yeah. So, and we have actually planned to stage that conference in November 2020, but due to COVID, March 2020, so we are not able to do that. So we postponed to 2021 again, because part of the requirement is to do face-to-face, yeah. So again, we postponed to 2022, and inshallah, hopefully pray to Allah that this November, we are able to bring participants from all over the world. So I still cannot able to share.
Do you still can to share by
I
yourself?
cannot because I need to get permission. Okay, now can.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so here we are. So I'm given around 60 to 90 minutes to talk about, to share about my idea, my understanding, and what Rekaman is advocating at the moment in terms of putting counselor at the center stage of post-COVID phenomena. And thank you very much. The discussion will be joined by Dr. August after this, and there will be a sharing session and also question and answer later. Yeah. So again, on behalf of UCSI, thank you very much. A very nice campus. Yesterday when I went to the internet, I looked for pictures. Yeah, I like this traditional building that's so very, very, what do you call, look like local, yeah? Localized to the Indonesian culture. And here we are. Mr. Azmi has been to UCSI in Kuala Lumpur. And for your information, this Monday and Tuesday, we will receive 13 students from Universitas Airlangga that will be visiting UCSI, and my department will be the host. So we're going to discuss about community engagement because I have one community grant together with Airlangga, which is under World University Association for Community Development. So they are already here. They visited University Malaya, and this coming Monday they will be in UCSI. So please welcome other students. I was told there are a lot of students, postgraduate students, and when I look at the list of participants just now, there are a few names from Malaysia and also from Brunei. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Later probably you would like to share your idea about the issue here. And again, thank you from Rekaman International. Our tagline is here for you. Yeah, and this is our organizational chart. My president and also the executive member. So as I mentioned, Rekaman is similar to APKIN, Asosiasi Bimbingan dan Kaunseling Indonesia, Counselor Indonesia. Yeah, we are the #1 non-government organization doing counseling advocacy, and we have been appointed through the meetings, yeah? And our
Sorry, bro. Is your voice?
the host muted me, so now I'm unmuted.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so before we start, maybe some teaser for those who have never heard about our song. I would like to try to play these YouTube songs on Rekaman International. Is that okay, moderator?
Okay.
Let's try. Hopefully, the technology are on our side today.
Yeah.
Try to close something. I don't think we are able to, but probably later, if during question and answer, probably. Let me try again. Yeah.
Hello, Professor. Hello, Prof. Mansur. Would you want to the committee help you to present the YouTube or the video?
Okay, sorry. So I need to go back to my PowerPoint. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Our tagline here for you. And I think during this post-pandemic, the first message that I would like to share is regarding the visibility, the importance of visibility of the counselors, of the counseling professions, so that we are at the center stage of people that need us. Yeah, so we are there. We are always ready. Just look for us, and sometimes also we need to go and seek for those who really need our help. So again, moderator, please give me some time to again explain about the International Counseling Convention that has been discussed just now. We targeted for 500 participants. Yeah. So for now, we have almost 400. Yeah. From all over the world, and we have a lot of program put on there. So for those who wish to go, please book your air ticket, yeah, because it's going to get expensive when it is nearing October or November. Yeah, so our program will be on the 1st to 4th in Kuching, Sarawak. Yeah, and we're being supported by the state of Sarawak. Yeah, the Tourist Development Corporations, and also by one of Malaysian universities in Sarawak, which is University Malaysia Sarawak. This has also been discussed. Our abstract is actually due on 31st of July, which is end of this month. So we welcome postgraduate student, undergraduate, para dosen di sini to submit your abstract, your paper, which will be reviewed by our esteemed reviewer. And we will invite you to publish your paper in Q1, Q2, some Scopus journal, some local Malaysian My Site journal, and also in Perkama journal. Yeah. So there are a few categories that you can join. And again, as been outlined by the moderator just now, we have keynote speakers, we have feature speaker, we have special slot, we have plenary speaker, and we have representative also from Brunei, from Indonesia, Singapore, Canada, and I think the list will be on and on. And before the conference, we're going to have a workshop, yeah, and we also have community-based workshop where we will bring participants to a community, yeah, the whole day to be with the community. There are two communities that I myself have went and spoke to the community members what we will offer, and also when we bring you there, there will be some sort of intervention, yes, psychological intervention that we are going to do. So please welcome everyone. Hopefully we can meet you there. So apart from conference, paper presentation, poster presentation, we also have competition, yeah, poster competition based on your innovation. And this is the third time we do it. And the theme of our International Counseling Conference this year is Standing Alone Together. So for the past 2 years, we have managing this the COVID all this pandemic, epidemic, endemic alone. But doing it alone, we actually can do it together. And as a group, we are trying to manage the positive and also the negative of all aspects. What the post-COVID, what the pandemic has brought to the mankind today. Okay, so basically this is somewhere along my presentation, this is what my idea about the challenges that the counselors, that the counseling practitioner is facing nowadays, yeah, with the post-COVID. There are three factors that I would like to discuss. First of all, we talk about the client, the differences of the client that we see before and currently. When we talk about client, we also talk about the different issues that client bring to the counseling session. And I was also informed, Fakultas Tarbiyah, your counseling is more toward spirituality counseling, right? Like putting the religion, religiosity, all those spirituality substance in it, component in it. And this is something that really make a big difference nowadays. We saw clients bringing issues about asking, where is God, for example? Di mana Allah sekarang? Why me? Why it happened to me? What went wrong? What went wrong? What does it mean? Yeah, I was positive, COVID positive. What does it mean to me? What have I done wrong to myself, to my family, to my community? So those are issues, I think, that challenge the counselors working with clients after the effect of COVID-19. Then, of course, another component beside client is the process, yeah, or actually how we do it. And I think just now, before the opening ceremony or after, the organizer has put forward a video on my counselor, yeah, which I think they mentioned about doing counseling now face-to-face, or we can do it online, or we can do it hybrid. So there is an alternative there. It's not like before totally we say that, okay, counseling has to be face-to-face, you cannot do it online. So when we have COVID, it is not the time for us to say, can we do it? Should we do it? Yeah. The issue that we need to ask is, how can we do it differently? How can we do it better? Yeah, rather than say no because of something that is not clearly spelled out in our procedure. And the process also goes not just for counseling in the counseling session, but also in the working environment nowadays, isn't it? So even in Malaysia, also there is a suggestion to work 4 days a week. Mr. Azmi, what about in Indonesia?
Yeah, I think it's almost same.
Yeah, to see, yeah, they were suggesting now before, like they would, if we can still able to do it, and some work, yeah, we can just come like 2 days or 3 days a week, and then the 2 days we can do it at home. And there are also advantages if we were to discuss on that further. And about the process also, we are looking into the challenge of today's client that want it instantly, that want it very fast, that want the solution to be suggested, to be discussed, to be done properly in a very short period. Yeah, so that is what I call the process. The multifaceted meaning, when we talk about well-being, we talk about a lot of dimensions. We talk about social dimension, we talk about physical, you know, we talk about the emotional, the economic, and all these issues actually now become very important to be discussed and to be brought on the discussion together with the client. And the other challenges, I will focus on the counselor themselves. There are challenges in terms of having the counselor to develop own modality, having the counselor to learn new skill, nowadays we talk about PFA, right? Psychological first aid, psychological, mental first aid, whatever. There are a lot of intervention which are scientifically proven that can help, yeah, in crisis situation. And also when we talk about modality, we know that as counselors, we don't just do counseling, we do guidance, and we give advice, yeah, on certain issues. Counselors also are being challenged in terms of doing screening work, yeah, even though we do not diagnose any disorder, but we are now responsible to screen the issue right from the beginning, or at least to identify what actually went wrong, what are the real cause, the root cause of our client having these issues. And also now the important, even in America, they now talk about self-care, the importance of we, the counselor, we, the professional, to actually take care of our own, yeah, so that we are able to provide the best to our client. So again, as I started just now, visibility is one of the terms that I think must be understood. And this is something that all counselors has to do, to put you at the right position in your community, in Semarang, whatever, nearby your area, or in Indonesia, yeah, to have you talk about what is important to the people of Indonesia, the people of Malaysia, Brunei, Singapore, yeah, Timor-Leste, for example, yeah. So we have to be out there. We have to tell our ideas, share our thoughts to the people through many means. One of it is through newspaper, whether it is online or whether it is hard copy. So this is part of the work that I do, and I strongly urge the counselor to do similar thing, yeah, to talk about your expertise, you know, what you do, what research you do, and how you as counselors see, because we are like captain for emotional management. We are able to, we have some information, we have some knowledge to discuss. So these are some of the work that Rekaman do. Yeah, why I show this picture. Of course, this is about me, but my idea is that there are a lot of challenges out there. We can just read, or we can just discuss, or we can do, and we can do some intervention, we can do some psycho-educational work together with the community, together with our client. Okay, okay, this is something that I want to share. The topic that given to me is counselor challenges. Yeah, so if you can see there, if I ask Uncle Google, yeah, nowadays if we have anything, we can easily ask Uncle Google. So if I Google for counselor, the L, yeah, which is American English, I can have within 0.50 second berapa juta tu Mr. Azmi, 1 bilion ke 1 million, 1 bilion, saya tak tahu nak kira apa.
1 miliar
1 million
100 juta.
Yeah, 1.110, yeah. But if I Google for counselors, is 229,000, is it? I'm not good in mathematics. Okay, and then if I Google existent, I got again like 1 million there. Within 0.38 seconds, you got the answer. And if I put there counseling, I got 1,060,000. And if I put counselor existent, I got 150,60. And if I Google counselor existent and post-pandemic, I got 5,680,000. Is it? 5,600,000, seven figure, right? So what I'm trying to say here, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak dosen dan juga rakan-rakan semua, is actually how fast we can get the answer. the same trend, the same dynamic happened to people that we work with. They want answer instantly. So this is the challenge, one of the challenge that we are facing in our counseling work. Yeah. However, we know that counseling need time, the process need time, even the client need time to reflect. Yeah. And giving answer is not actually what we do. Yeah. But again, probably we'll need to look at our theoretical background, yeah, our theoretical understanding that people want something instantly, yeah, and the environment has changed and they got that satisfaction from the environment. The pro and cons here, do we want to follow that environment? I mean, giving quick fix to our client, or we still believe that a change need time, yeah, client need to reflect, go back after the session and think back and talk to us later. Okay, when we talk about existence, this is some philosophical thing that I want to share. We talk about the state of being alive. So if you are not alive, the counselors in Yan Kudus, if people don't know you, people don't see you around, people never heard about your spirituality counseling program, meaning you are not alive. You don't exist. You are there. But exist doesn't mean people can just see you. Yeah, we know that there's a debate about do God exist? For example, can we see? Can we feel? Yeah, or if is oxygen exists? Yeah. So existence in a way is an ability to interact with reality. So we want to exist, but what reality tell us about our existence? Do people want us? Do people use us? Do people know the difference between going to a counselors and going to see a teachers, a doctor, for example? So the philosophical background about existence is that things exist because they are in a stage of, in a matter stage, yeah, and they have energy, they have force, yeah. So that's why webinar also has force, yeah. We send word, yeah, we send dua, for example. Those are all positive energy. So basically, when we talk about existence of counselors, we talk about the nature of being, the nature of being there, alive, and tell the world we are here. Like the Tokama song, we are here for you, and you can see us, yeah, you can feel us, and you can talk to us. So again, then come the debate thing. So if there is nothing, is it no existent? Yeah. So if you cannot see counselor face to face, is it no existent? No counseling, no counselor to help you? Yeah. Of course, there are other ways. Yeah? There are other means to do it. There is nothing that is not of existence that people believe. So I don't want to go too philosophical on that. So some of my slides are in Bahasa, but I will translate them in English. So when we talk about post-pandemic, we talk about the pandemic, the epidemic, and now we are in the endemic. A lot of literature out there, we talks about post-COVID, but post-COVID has 3 different stages, 3 different time zone. Yeah, within that 2 years, we have pandemic, we have epidemic, and we have endemic. And now we are in the stage of endemic, and there is not much research talk about the real situation, the current situation confronting human being during endemic. So most are being categorized as just being post-pandemic. And I think we know the differences between all those things, and this is according to the WHO. When WHO announced the 1st of April this year is an endemic state, yeah, so the whole world changed accordingly. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that I want to share is this is not the first time we are being challenged with such an outbreak. Yeah, that outbreak that caused a lot of life. But of course, for people like me, for example, only after 60 years old, I experienced all this difficulty due to COVID-19. But the world has experienced this. The world has gone through a lot of difficulties. The slide that I show you is just about health, yeah, physical health, yeah, and of course it will then relate to mental health. But the world have experienced world war, isn't it? So we know that when we learn counseling, we know that counseling also is the result, is the outcome after the World War. Yeah, and people were looking for solution to manage those difficulty experienced by the world population. And we have millions of population, yeah, high percentage of people that died because of this crisis, yeah. And what I'm trying to say is the world has experienced that. If not we, our older generation, our father, our grandfather, grandmother has experienced such a difficulty. However, we know of all the crises that we have experienced, of course, there are similar challenges like before, but I can conclude from my experience, from the research that I do, from the literature that I read, COVID-19 is the mother of all the crises. So I don't know who is the father. Mr. Azmi will find the father. I know the mother of all the crises is COVID-19, because COVID-19 really shocked us. Yeah, we are unprepared for that. Yeah, and life has been so different and so forth. So I have sort of shared this also in previous webinar, Malaysia and also overseas. When we have this pandemic, these are the challenges that some of us, the counselors, has experienced. The first one is FOMO. FOMO is the acronym that people talks about, fear of missing out. Yeah. So you don't want to miss out. You want to know everything. How many people die a day? You know, you get hooked to the television. Yeah, the first 6 months in 2020, you wanted to know what actually happened. Yeah, how many people in the ward? Yeah, has the virus being developed? Yeah, so missing out, and this is part of what human beings are. We want to know the information, and we don't want to miss out with anything. Then come to another anxiety, another situation, which is FOGO. FOGO is fear of going out. We can't go out. We are not able to leave our house because the situation is getting worse and worse day in and day out, yeah, as we go along through weeks and months. Yeah, even to go out to buy house, things that we need in the house, we only one people are allowed to go. This I'm talking about Malaysian experience, and I think the same goes to Indonesia and also our neighboring country. So we have a fear of going out, yeah, and now before the endemic, we have another fear, yeah, which is uh, fear of going back to normality. Yeah, normality, meaning now you are able to go out, you are able to go to work. There are some people, quite a number of people that are afraid to go back to school, for example. Yeah, there are people that are also afraid to be in the crowd of other people, and of course with all the SOP things. So these are things, all this anxiety, all this fear of back to normality is something that we counselors do all the time. Yeah, because we want client to go back to their original stage of homeostasis, or we call balance. Before they have this issue, now they have this problem. We work with their problem. Then we want them the client to go back to their normal stage. Yeah, and there are also fear. Yeah, so when this endemic came about, yeah, to the world, yeah. So this FONA is actually I developed this acronym. Yeah, fear of not adapting. Yeah, we are having anxiety, we have fear, we cannot adapt. Yeah, now we feel that it is abnormal for us to go out without having a face mask, isn't it? Yeah, so we have difficulty to adapt that back. Yeah, so the BB is going back, yeah, bounce back to what we have done before. This is actually an economic terminology that we use. Yeah, we counselor talk about mental health. Yeah, but other important thing is about economy also. Yeah, there we see that there are issues about the industry, about economy. So I can go on talking about the impact. Yeah. So again, these are what is in the newspaper talking about mental health issue. There were high numbers of suicidal, for example, but we cannot take it literally. Yeah, because we know during the pandemic, there are a lot of people giving these services. So when there are a lot of services, there are a lot of supply out there. Of course, there are a lot of people demand for it, the accessibility. So it's easier to actually know before. We don't have this hotline to capture for this statistic of people having this issue and whatnot. Yeah. So of course the statistic is increased, yeah. But again, we cannot take it literally that the number increased because of COVID, yeah, because there is no specific data to say that. Yeah. Okay, these are again some of the things that is out there in the literature that you can read. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the challenges that we have met before, we have experienced before. Yeah, when I talk about this before, meaning this is like before endemic, and endemic is just like 6 months. We experience it in 6 months. So we talk about work from home, work from the house is so the adaptation to the new normal, like so many SOP was introduced so that we have to follow. Yeah. So this need the counselors to talk about coping, yeah, how to cope it, yeah, easier, or how to adapt as soon as possible, so that when you go through the adaptation process, the sooner the better. So we talk about moral injury. This is the challenges. Some of the counselors, yeah, because we have a moral duty. We counselor were challenged because we have more duty to care for, especially for our current at that time, our present client, or duty to care for people who need our services, but we are not able to do it because of the physical difficulty, yeah, because of the SOP. And not just us, yeah, especially these are experienced by the medical practitioner, because the equipment are not there right from the beginning, the virus has not been found. So these challenges make us aware that there are something outside our control, and there are something that we need to do to get prepared earlier on. Yeah. And again, as I said, most of the students here from the faculties of Tarbiyah, yeah. So the dynamic of spirituality and existential become quite clear. Clients were asking, when you read some of the research done, survey done, yeah, people find looking for a new meaning of life. What does it mean having to live to experience this for 2 years? Yeah, or people ask, why now? Or people ask, why me? Why family? My family? Why my father? Yeah, why my mother? And there are issues what we call death of despair. People die We believe that death and dying is Allah, yeah, predictions. It's like jodoh and rezeki, so to speak, yeah. But there is a concept that people felt that there are also people that die unnecessarily, yeah, because it's not time for them, but because of the hardship, because of the limitation of medical things that happen at that time, we are not able to do it. One of the things that we have experienced the challenge when you talk to your client, one of the concepts is talking about deprivation. Deprive of what? Deprive of touching, yeah. So we are not able to touch our family members, we are not able to touch our friend, not able to salam, yeah. But alhamdulillah, things are getting better, yeah. So these are, to me, some of the challenges that were originated right from the first 6 months when we experienced this pandemic, and some of it are still here. And some of it, even it is not here, the impact, the effect, the post-effect of what happened in the last 1 year, 2 years are now exist. And we, the counselors, has to address this issue when we see our client. So there are also an understanding out there that says about the unprecedented crisis will demand an unprecedented recovery. So we cannot use the same yardstick. We cannot use the same services. We cannot use the thing that we have done before to combat what is new. Because what is new, what was formed as the result of the crisis that happened 2 years ago, were never researched. Not all, some of it. Yeah. So meaning we as counselors have to find a creative solution to address this issue. Yeah. So we have to change accordingly to the impact of this crisis. Yeah. And how we do it, how to do it. Yeah. We have to continuously seek new knowledge, training, all these things. And this is the tragedy actually, when we talk about, of course, we counselors, whenever we do a decision making, we always look at the positive and also the negative. Everything has two sides of the coin, right? So before client making a decision, we know that everything has the pro and the con, the plus and the minus. Yeah. But this tragedy, one thing, this tragedy, this COVID-19 has challenged the system of delivery, of how we counselors deliver our training. Yeah. The same goes, I think, in Malaysia, we have issues about our counselor trainee, those who are doing their bachelor degree in counseling, their masters, that they need to go for their internship, their practicum outside, and a few percentage has to be face-to-face. Yeah, some of it can be done online, but you cannot do online totally because some of it has not been trained to do it online. But this gives us idea to move forward, yeah, to collaborate, yeah, to work together. And as you can see, a lot of positivity has been done. Now the world talk about environment. Yeah, environment has become something important. So we believe that as human beings, we also learn from the environment. So what the environment wants us, this COVID-19, what is the environment try to teach us? What is the lesson learned? Yeah, and the same goes, all these processes are similar to what we counselors do in our 40 minutes of doing counseling, 45 minutes with our client. We develop an insight, actually akal, right? We want the understanding, the insight come from client, and we ask the client, what is the take-home message? So for participant out there, what would be the take-home message that you have? What did you learn from those 2 years experience? Yeah, if you can, moderator, if the participant can write their message or whatever in the chat? Are they able to do that? Are the participants able to give response at the chat section?
Please, ladies and gentlemen, you can give the response, quick response for the Professor Mansur.
Or what have you learned, or what challenges have you yourself, whether you are counselor trainee or trainee counselors, or you counselors, or you are counseling educator, what these 2 years, the post-COVID experience that you have, teach you? Yeah.
Ya, apa pengalaman Bapak Ibu sekalian?
Pengalaman, ya.
Dan tantangan yang akan teman-teman Bapak Ibu hadapi selaku konselor, mungkin juga guru bimbingan konseling dan sejawat, seperti apa yang kita pelajari dari lingkungan, dan kemudian seperti apa. Need to be patient, harus lebih sabar gitu, Prof.
Ya, harus lebih sabar, ya, patient.
Need to be patient.
Okay, good.
It's good.
We have 106 participants online now.
106, 106 peserta. Silakan Bapak Ibu, teman-teman sekalian berikan respon. Kira-kira apa pelajaran? Apa?
Jika tidak, nanti semuanya tidur dengan saya cakap.
Jangan tidur Bapak Ibu sekalian ya. Silahkan.
Patient, ya. Okay, patient, okay. Patient, okay. That's the challenge, that you need to develop patient, bersabar. Ya.
Yang lain? Because one technique doesn't fit everyone.
Yeah. Or what have you learned about you yourself? You being human, you being an individual, you being a student, a daughter, a son, or being a father, or being a teacher, a lecturer. Apa yang dapat dipelajari tentang diri sendiri?
This is from Vicente Rio Caro. Self-acceptance, penerimaan diri.
Good. Okay, self-acceptance that we have limitation, we have strength, we have potential, that we have not developed yet, and there is room for improvement. But accepting is very, very good, because we know that there are things within our control. It is not our power to do so. And client need to know that. Client need to feel that.
All right. Another response. Standing, harus mengembangkan empatik. Becoming more introvert.
Becoming more introvert.
More introvert.
Okay, there's nothing wrong about being introvert or extrovert. It's just one preference. Yeah. Being introvert maybe for you to self-reflect. If you prefer that kind of modality of thinking, of together with the crowd, there's nothing wrong. There is also a strength of being an introvert, and we need all this variety of people in our life, isn't it? We cannot just have all counselors to be extrovert, and there's nothing wrong being introvert or being extrovert. I think there's something, the challenges. Thank you very much. You can keep on suggesting. Yeah. Okay, I would like to continue, Mr. Azmi, the challenges. I think I have another 40 minutes. Yeah, the challenges is when we look at the literature, we look at what has been researched, especially in the psychology, in the counseling, in the social sciences. A lot talks about well-being, kesejahteraan. Yeah, and well-being is not something new, but now it has become more and more important to include the emotional well-being, because we know that well-being has different dimensions, right? There are many dimensions, and all dimensions are important. And we have learned from the World War, for example, from other crises here. It was documented, yeah, that there was a reduce in terms of suicidal rate, because people after World War, after World Crisis, they were spending more time to survive, yeah, to survive. So they do a lot of things, positive things. Yeah. So the challenge is for us to also understand on behalf of our client, the client on the issue of well-being, or wrong spelling, what else, is to gain a sense of purpose. Yeah, in everything we talk about what is the purpose of life. Yeah, why was I born? Why I was here in the first place? For example, so gaining of purpose is something that is very close to people nowadays, as an outcome of this post-pandemic. Yeah, this has become very important, and being in need of social integration. Yeah, so the need for an individual to be in group now has heightened, has become important. They want to be part of a larger group, of a larger community, of contributing to the group. The group can be their professional group, I mean, among community of practice, or group among their friends. So they want to integrate. So having all this integration, meaning the well-being, is achieved. So we talks about the sudden changes in lifestyle. Just now people talk about become more introvert. Yeah, there's all these sudden changes that we need to cope and we need to address. If people are happy, if they are not happy, then there is room to discuss. There are things that we can do to spot the text to them. Challenges due to self-isolation, because being isolated, yeah, the cabin fever syndrome, the cabin fever, the demam dalam cabin, yeah, then it goes into not able to go to work, you're not able to earn money, yeah, because there are big population of people also in the world that do not earn money monthly. They have to do it like every day, doing business or selling things or do services. Yeah, this give impact to the economy. Yeah, the fear of health, because people are not certain. For example, now we are in the endemic, of course, but we are not certain. Like now we have to do second, third injection, you know, this vaccine and so forth, and we are not sure what are we're not certain until when. Yeah, and one of the main important of well-being is economic. We cannot discount, yeah, the importance of economic, yeah, because even though money cannot buy anything, but with money life is much easier, yeah, but the collapse of economy could then probably feel that the client. Mr. Azmi, let's do some activity because I don't want people to get bored. Let's do some grounding work. You need to, yeah. If someone can tell me 5 things that you can see now at this moment, today at 10:54 a.m. Can one participant tell us whether you want to on your mic or you can put in the chat what 5 things that you can see?
Okay, silahkan Bapak Ibu sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, you can typing in the chat box, bisa menuliskan 5 hal yang sedang Anda lihat, sedang Anda sentuh, sedang Anda dengarkan, dan Anda bau, dan Anda rasakan.
Ya. Kita start dengan 5 dulu. 5 yang boleh dilihat dulu.
Okay. 5 things that you can see right now. Here and now. Silahkan Bapak Ibu, 5 hal yang sedang Anda lihat hari ini. Sekarang, saat ini, bisa diketikkan di chat box. Silahkan. 5 hal yang sedang Anda lihat hari ini. So please type in the chat box. In bahasa is okay. In English is okay. Come on.
Come on, people, you can do this. Any respond? Mr. Azmi can
Ya.
any respond?
Iya, Bapak Ibu sekalian, silakan dituliskan di chat box. Ini ada beberapa yang sudah mau menulis. 5 hal yang sedang dilihat.
5 benda yang boleh dilihat.
Untuk mengantisipasi penerbangan. 5 hal yang sedang dilihat. Oke.
Yeah.
5 things that you can see here and now in this time. Okay, please.
Belum ada jawapan. Sudah ada jawapan tu dekat chat.
That's good. This is answer from Risma Alia Idris. Pen,
Yeah.
sailing, laptop, wall clock, and paper.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Risma ini daripada Malaysia, Pak Azmi.
Oh, dari Malaysia. Oke.
Ya,
Salam
ini
kenal.
pengikut tegar saya. Thank you Risma kerana menjawab. Very good. Nanti dapatkan hadiahnya daripada Pak Azmi.
Oh iya, nanti ada spesial dari panitia.
Ya, special daripada sana. Okey, sekarang 4 benda yang boleh dipegang, disentuh.
Thank
Orang
you.
lain pula.
Sekarang 4 hal yang Anda touch, Anda sentuh.
Ya, boleh sentuh.
Anda sentuh. Silahkan. Bapak Ibu.
Oh, Nur Zaiham also has answered just now. My screen, my pen, my organizer, my coffee and my phone. Wow, I like that my coffee. Coffee Indonesia yang sedap. Coffee luwak.
Kopi luwak. Baik, Bro.
Okay, 4 things that you can touch.
Okay.
Segera-segera nanti saya tidak habis slide saya.
Silakan. This is from Salwa Mahali.
Ya, Dr. Salwa from Brunei.
From Brunei.
Ya.
Salwa. Salam
Dr.
kenal.
Salwa from Brunei. Terima kasih Dr. Salwa. Ini rakan di Brunei. Persatuan Kaunseling Brunei. Yang boleh touch adalah my phone, my laptop, my pen, my book. Very good. Nur Amalia, saya baca ya. Chair, laptop, handphone, table, pen. So handphone memang semua jawab handphone. Okay, now 3 things that you can hear. 3 perkara yang boleh didengar.
Okay, 3 hal yang sedang didengarkan hari ini. Yang bisa didengar. Silahkan.
Oh, sebelum tu Pak Azmi, ini Ahmad Nasir Muhammad Isa daripada Malaysia. Pelajar PhD ni daripada UPSI.
Oh, mahasiswa PhD ya, doctoral.
Smartphone, laptop, myself. Oh, dia boleh tengok my diri dia. And my another smartphone. Ada 2 smartphone. Okay, 3 perkara itu dari panggil keyboard and mouse. Sekarang kita mau dengar. Okay, Nazri sudah jawab. Suara saya katanya. From Mansur voice, moderator voice, and my wife voice. Wah.
Wow.
Yang penting itu mesti dengar suara wife. Tak dengar mampu dimarahnya. Okay. Doris Tamir, your voice from. Okay, good. So we go to the next one. 2 things that you can smell. Di tengah hari sekarang ni, apa boleh smell? Boleh bau apa?
2 hal yang bisa Anda bau. Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, 2 things that you can smell.
Oh, tadi Nazaihan di Bolivia. Keynote, oh, banyak saya jawabnya. Oh, kita punya panel pun menjawab. Prof. Augusta pun menjawab. Sound of wind outside my room. Oh, itu di Timor Leste ya. Okey, 2 perkara yang di smell apa? Belum ada orang jawab ya. Coffee belum. Ini masih lagi yang smell. Smell apa? Mother's cooking and coffee. Thank you Nur Amalia. Ni dari mana? Nama macam nama Malaysia. Okay, last kali 1 perkara yang anda boleh rasa that you can taste.
Ini dari Ardian Renata. Ini salah satu dosen dari Jawa Barat.
Ya, Pak dosen.
Lemon perfume and coffee.
Wah, perfume tu sangat bagus sekali perfume-nya. Kopinya lemon, alhamdulillah masih ada the real kita ya, penting ya. Okay, yang terakhir kita mau dengar apa yang anda boleh taste. 1 perkara yang boleh dirasa. Tea and coffee. Okay. Okay, I think thank you everyone. So saya kena proceed. So this is something. So why I do this? I do this because it is important when we do our session. We address all the senses of our client kan. Apa yang dilihat, apa yang dia rasa, dia punya touching, dia punya deria tangan dan sebagainya, so that they ground to themselves, they go back to themselves. Yeah, that they have all these abilities. Yeah, and the issue that they face is just something that add on to what they are experiencing. So saya teruskan. So then what are the challenges again this post-pandemic? I think the disruption of the therapy, because this is what I'm saying is before. I mean when COVID-19 heightened in 2020, yeah. So the social provision, the social support, yeah, because the mental health issue and then what is the outcome? The outcome is the social anxiety. There are people out there, people who are anxious because of isolation, because of social distancing, because they are not able to see you. You also have crises about your moral duty just now because you are not able to perform as what you already did before. Yeah. Oops. Lepas. Okay. Okay. Later I will share this slide to Mr. Azmi. Maybe they can later email it to you. So I took this is some of the paper that I've read, yeah, talking about the challenges, and this is quite similar as what I have discussed also. This is a paper in 2020 on COVID, yeah. So I like that number D, yeah, number D, which is I think very close to most of the people, the participant here, coming from the spiritual, the religious background. People, what challenge counselor is the issue of spiritual and existential dynamic in mental health. Yeah, because we know that mental health is more biological, mental health also involves emotional, and it also involves some element of spirituality, if you want to call it religious or whatever. So these are do the screening, yeah, to look at now PHQ-9 or SA21, just to look at what are the issues. So we can screen, we know, we can identify who are having higher percentage of actually will be having this symptom. So those are red flags that challenge us to look for them, because most of them, big percentage of them do not come and see us. So there are talk out there that we need to perform some sort of social worker work. Yeah, if you have social worker in our department, then that's good. And if not, then we are the one. Yeah, we are the one reaching out. Yeah, we are the one go there, because again, this is what Perkama International stand for this year, that we don't want individual to suffer on their own. I think participants in Indonesia, in Brunei, Singapore, Timor-Leste also heard about this white flag in Malaysia that happened before. So this our population, our people in the community raised the white flag. White flag meaning please help me. Yeah, I'm dying. I have nothing to eat. Please help me. Yeah. So we don't want to that extent people suffer. Our neighbor or our relatives suffer without knowing. Yeah. So we have this responsibility to empower them, to get help, to come out and see us. Yeah, and discuss what are the things. So I talk a lot on the individual basis in the family, but again, one of a big impact. This is not my slide. I took this slide from the survey Sparrow that talks about the future of work, what we expect that can happen differently at the workplace. We talk about social impact. We talk about now virtual meeting. Even today we have virtual webinar. We can do this, yeah. So this again, this is not my slide. I took it. So there are a lot of transformation in terms of work design out there. The hybrid, even as lecturers, as docent in the university, also the supervision now can be done online. Yeah, I have PhD student in China, and I do see them. So the work design has been different. Yeah, but whatever different it is, people now, as I said, cultivate health and well-being as more important nowadays. So this is another article that talks about resilience. So whatever you read now, one of the keyword that is important is resilient. Yeah, even though it has been there in the literature in the last 20 years, but 2-3 years before, yeah, this concept of resilience has been popularized. Yeah, people want to bounce back. Bounce back is a process of adapting. And this article talks about the coping mechanism. So we teach our client to use positive coping, adaptive coping. And one of the concepts also is on mindfulness, where we bring in the spirituality, yeah, that we have to be mindful, the psychological process, yeah, that we need to develop everything in moment, now, happen. Yes, so mindfulness also talk about the purpose, the aim, yeah, function of life. And this author also talk about psychological health during coronavirus 2019, about the well-being. Again, yeah, the well-being. So in whatever we do, the counselors, yeah, we always look for which button to hit, which button in the client that we need to hit, yeah, to be able to do that. And this is quite a recent in counseling today by American Counseling Association. Katie Bosker talks about the challenge that counselors facing today is to reassess values around work and family. Yeah, and we know that nowadays a lot of people quit jobs, people taking a lot of risks. Yeah, so there are a lot of risk taker nowadays. Yeah, so some risk taker are not being calculated clearly, meaning that they make decision without looking at the negativity, for example, the negative aspect. So there are also this paper talks about respond to a stimulus. Yeah, respond to a stimulus. For example, because of the work arrangement, the other stimulus would be the transportation. The other stimulus that might add on to the problem is who to take care of the children, for example, or what are the effects of other stimulus in relation to the existing issue. So resilient, yeah, again, this author talked about resilient is just enforce my point just now. Yeah, people talk about bouncing back and the importance of balance. Again, life balance, work balance is not something new. We have discussed there. Yeah. So when we talk about this topic, I cannot run away talking about existentialism in counseling. Yeah. We know that we have one theory, which is existential therapy, that talks about finding meaning. Yeah. Can you still hear me? That's me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Deeply.
Okay. So as I said, I cannot run away from talking about a theory in counseling, which is existential. Existential are meant to discuss on the meaning and purpose of client and seers. Yeah. The challenge, the thing that the fear of unknown, this has been spelled out in existential theory. Kejadian, kemenjadian individu itu, yeah, and the choices that they have, yeah, the capacity that they have to bounce back, the potential that they have not experienced before, but they have that inner strength in themselves to maximize their existence. They want their existence to be meaningful. They want to have their footsteps left, yeah, in their client, to do some then to the client. Yeah, I think that's something we learn in this theory. Yeah, and this topic given to me really made all those things. So when we talk about existence, of course, we talk about anxiety. Yeah, and this is something that the existential theory talk about. We have this anxiety for anxiety, right? When we learn the anxiety of existing, of we exist. We have for anxiety, which is death. Everybody has anxiety of death and dying. Yeah, everybody have anxiety whether am I able to make my own decision, the freedom. Am I able to go here and there? The anxiety of being isolated, yeah, loneliness, hopelessness, yeah. Oh, sorry, hopelessness, the fourth one. Yeah, people have anxiety about the state of meaninglessness. Yeah, there is no meaning at all. So all this anxiety can be seen. Yeah, so based on this theory of existential, this is some of the challenge I feel that the counselor also facing in their professional work as counselors when dealing with clients. So then what about this challenge? So how do we go about this challenge? Yes, or somebody mentioned be patient just now. Yeah, so be kind, be patient, or wrong spelling. Yeah, and be, oh no, sorry, this is for the client. Yeah, be kind to client and to ourselves. Connect with support system. So as I said earlier, there is a marked increase of people want to be in the group setting because they miss these 2 years of doing on their own or living in a smaller group, which is family. Yeah, so there is a need, there is a desire to get a more support system. Yeah, be mindful, be understanding of what you do. Yeah, and of course keep on prioritizing our well-being and go at your own pace. Yeah, this is a lesson learned. Yeah, to do. So I have put forward on what are my thinking about what we counselor could do after this. Yeah, moving forward. Yeah, so again in the literature we talks about trauma. Some people face this traumatic because this incident happened unexpectedly and it happened for a long period of time. Yeah, for 2 years, 2.5 years. So trauma intervention is something which is good, I think, for all counselors to have some training in it. Yeah. People now talk about back to nature. I mean, back to what our original state of being human, looking at values changes and what values that we want to hold on as part of our cultural tradition value. For example, getting to know in Malaysia what we call apa tu, menjaga tepi kain orang. That was value which was, you know, that we felt that the humanistic approach, like having that value, is something that probably we want to develop more. Yeah, go back to what we have used before, but probably in a different way. Yeah, using different method, for example. Yeah, attachment. Yeah, so there are things. Yeah, as I said, support just now. So attachment, using attachment. We talk about relationship. The relationship not just between the human, but relationship with superpower, with God. Yeah. So activity that talks about mindfulness-based program, yeah, spirituality. Of course, in any training now, there should be a component of spirituality. Yeah, in any talk, in any 2 days program, there will be like 3-4 hours talking about, okay, where are you in relation to your superpower? Where are you in relation to Allah, for example? Your therapy, hope therapy. Yeah. So again, this is not something new to counselors. We are hope enabler. We instill hope to our client, but there's specific therapy they call hope therapy, yeah, based on mental health. Yeah. Integrating counseling into and psychotherapy into new sector, human resource. Yeah. Office now need a counseling approach, need a counselors, for example. Digital approach, yeah, again, this is something is out there, whether you like it or not. Yeah, we have to follow what the world is progressing now in terms of digital approach and so forth. So as an advocator, I believe that we counselor advocate the counseling by doing a lot of things to counter the uncertainty. Yeah, and we need to educate our client and community out there that all the issues that we face are temporary. Yeah, it's not there right in the beginning, but it's there now. So we do it. We do something the best we could. The challenge is to find that something that workable to that client, and to destigmatizing counseling. I think the stigma now has improved a bit. Yeah, people now can easily talk about what counseling is, and I think this is a good way to start with, and counseling for everyone, not just for those who have issues, who have problems. Yeah. One of it, the challenge is to be visible, to be out there, to be known, to share what you do. Yeah. And again, digital intervention is something that, yeah, is important. There is a new, not that recent, like 10 years, yeah, this post-traumatic growth theory, yeah, that differentiate between resilient and also growth. We don't just want resilient, we want to grow. Yeah, of course, everybody is growing, right? We want to grow. And this theory talks about people can emerge from trauma or adversity, and they are able to achieve positive growth. Okay, this is so how we do that. We need to appreciate life, appreciate event. We must relate to others. This is again, you can Google this and look for post-traumatic growth theory. We need to recognize new possibility, and I like the last one, which is the spiritual change. To grow, to resilient, to bounce back. What does it mean to you? Yeah, who gives you that added power, that added strength? Yeah, regardless whatever religion, whatever that we believe in. And now also we talk about, we focus on well-being, we focus on sustainability. Yeah, and resilient is good, recovery is good, grow is good, but we want something that sustains. Yeah, something that will be there for quite some time. Yeah, so we as counselor, we plant seed for client to change. Yeah, so Therefore, be an expert companion with our client. That's the challenge I think the counselors have. So again, Pakama would like to share, we are all advocating on mental health using digital intervention. We have done a lot of webinars together. This is our project with UNICEF children, yeah, looking at, and we feel that the future of counseling, the future of mental health, the future of well-being is digital, yeah. And we have also developed a standard operating guideline for counselors to work with, yeah. So for those that do not know, this is Dato Halim, our President Pakama, that advocating, as I said, we don't want people to struggle in silence. So that is our responsibility, our duty there. Yeah, you can be unsilent. You can live well with a mental health condition as long as you are open up to somebody about it. This is by Demi Lovato. So my question to the counselors there, when was the last time you opened up to your counselor? Okay, so maybe we don't have time to answer this. So for you to think, if we are counseling advocate, do we then become client, yeah, to our client? So before we leave, I would like to have a few participants to share in the chat what are one of take-home message that you got from my sharing today. Can you can put in the chat what are one take-home message, what the aha, what you spend almost 1.5 hours with me, what the aha moment for you. Anyone?
Anyone? You want to answer one take home message? Aha. Bapak Ibu sekalian, bisa dituliskan.
Take home message.
This is from our Zaiha Midawati, well-being and being resilience and growth. All right. Anyone else? Please write in the chat.
Nur Zaidin.
Well-being and resilient and growth.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you can write in the chat one aha moment for you.
Because I'm nearing my last slide now.
Is it the last slide?
Before I conclude.
Oke, Bapak Ibu sekalian, bisakah memberikan informasi kepada kami? Tolong dituliskan di dalam chat box berkaitan dengan apa momen yang paling penting yang bisa satu pesan yang bisa dibawa pulang, yang bisa ditulis dalam chat box ini. Silakan Bapak Ibu sekalian. Oke. Ada? Silakan.
Can someone raise their hand? Domingo Guterres. Maybe he or she want to do it live.
See?
But there we have a question and answer session later, yeah? Isn't it? There will be Q&A later, right?
Okay, Mr. Domingo Guterres. You want to give the aha moment or one message for us? Silakan, please. Or just want to raise hand.
I think you are lagging, Azmi. I can't hear you clearly. I think you are lagging. Okay, I think while waiting for the other, since we are against time, so can I proceed? Yeah.
Yeah.
proceed. So to sum it up, this is my conclusion regarding the challenge of counselors existent. Yeah, to exist means to help to ensure the outcome of happiness and well-being are achieved for our client, for the community that we work with. Um, we ourselves must challenge our own work here to have this what we call work-life balance, not just for us and also for our client. Oops. We must ensure that counselor or counseling will stay relevant. Yeah, that relevant meaning people want us, people need us. We have numbers of clients are increasing. Yeah, and we are being seen as giving services, yeah, by especially by our counterpart, which is the medical practitioner. Yeah, since we are into the emotional and also mental, stay relevant and being respected for what we do is important to earn that respect. Yeah. The challenge of to ensure that our services can be easily accessed by others. Yeah, because we know that we want that people do not suffer on their own, and we know that big majority is do not get help, yeah, or they wait at the very last minute. Even in physical illnesses also, they wait until they are very serious and nothing much that can be done. So again, in our social helping also, so to us to have higher accessibility also mean to make ourselves visible out there. Yeah. So another challenge is we do not work alone. We can't work alone. We need help from the psychology, from the teacher, from the ustad, from the imam, from the government, this industry. So interagency collaboration is a challenge that we need to face and improve. And to ensure that we want to normalize all these services, okay to come and see us, yeah. Like when we have headache, fever, or whatever, it's normal for people to get help from the medical doctor. The same issues here, yeah. So this is my conclusion, Mr. Azmi, which is, okay, the post-pandemic challenges are temporary, nothing stay permanent except Allah and His Zat, yeah. Adaptation, coping, and resiliency is important. Oh gosh, wrong spelling. So managing the challenge start with individual, with our own. When we have this endemic, there is not many SOP. We are the one must supervise our own self, our own family, ourselves. Yeah? So everything starts with our own. This is again very similar to what we discuss in counseling, isn't it? Counselor and the visibility of counseling is a continuous effort. Here we should not stop. Here we should not be happy just because we have digital counseling nowadays. People are easy now to go and see counselors digitally, yeah, online. But we shouldn't stop there. We must continuously be visible out there. And the last point that I would like to conclude is that it's not just happy. We want to sustain that happiness as our major outcome in doing counseling. So, ladies and gentlemen, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, respected participant, I would like to thank again the organizer, participant for taking time to listen and share. You can add me on my Facebook. I'm on LinkedIn and I am also on TikTok. You can add me so we can communicate for future activities. So again, thank you very much. I will share this slide to the secretariat. Maybe you can get it from the secretariat later. So again, thank you very much. Terima kasih dari Rekaman International. Terima kasih daripada UCSI University. Terima kasih daripada saya, dan saya harap jika tak banyak, ada sedikit ilmu yang dibawa balik pada hari ini, dan ilmu itu akan menjadi doa, menjadi ibadah kepada saya apabila ilmu itu disampaikan kepada pihak diamal dan disampaikan kepada pihak lain. So terima kasih banyak. Saya sudahi dengan wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Mr. Professor Mansur Abu Talib, which is this is so very amazing explanation to talking about the challenges about the post-pandemic. This is the professor try to make some very specific point, and then in the end of the process, we need to sustain, right? Yeah, I just try to make the bold that the sustainable resilient is one of very important beside it all of the factor that can influence us as the person, as a human. Thank you very much, Profesor Mansur Abu Talib. Tadi juga ada Facebooknya beliau, jadi ya ada Facebook, sosial media, silahkan ditambahkan sebagai teman, add as a friend. Kemudian juga ada akun TikTok juga. Ini termasuk profesor yang milenial gitu ya, luar biasa. Bapak Ibu sekalian bisa mengikuti beliau, FYP-an dengan beliau di TikTok, di media sosial, ataupun juga langsung bisa menghubungi beliau by email. Beliau ada satu orang yang memang luar biasa, hari ini menjadi Vice President of Rekaman International. Dan kami berharap nanti ke depan kita tetap bisa berkolaborasi, dan kami juga akan mengundang beliau dalam event-event dalam proyek IAIN BKPI IAIN Kudus ke depan. Baik, terima kasih atas perhatiannya Profesor Dr. Mansur Abu Talib. Kita beralih kepada sesi berikutnya langsung secara panel, sehingga nanti akan ada Q&A secara langsung, jadi kami satu lagi. Alright. Distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, let's move into the second speaker. And the second speaker is the Assistant Professor Augusto da Costa, PhD. And as the moderator, as always, I would like to introducing the Assistant Professor of Augusto da Costa. He just graduated from the educational experience. Or 1997, the Professor Augusta graduated from Licentiate of Philosophy, College of Philosophy and Theology Widya Sasana in Indonesia, and then get a Master of Systematic Theology, the College of Philosophy and Theological Widya Sasana too. And 2006, Romo Augusto graduate from the postgraduate study in Pastoral Theology, Brisbane College of Trinity, Queensland, Australia. And then in the 2019, Mr. Augusto da Costa, this graduate PhD in Guidance and Counseling. And before that, in 2015, get the Master Education in Guidance and Counseling too in State University of Malang. And then the Assistant Professor Augusto da Costa, PhD, as this keynote speaker on International Society Services, Workshop Economy Recovery through Online Business in the Universitas Duta Bangsa Surakarta and Instituto Superior Crystal Webinar. And now, there is so many scientific publications too, but I think it's more than 30. I cannot write one by one, but it's really okay. This special one, saya memanggilnya adalah Romo Augusto. Beliau adalah salah satu orang yang luar biasa, yang juga menginspirasi saya waktu itu juga. Beliau adalah juga pernah menjadi reviewer dalam tesis saya berkaitan dengan neurocounseling di tahun 2000 berapa ya Romo ya? 2016 atau 2017. Ini luar biasa sekali ya. Talking about neurocounseling yang waktu itu memang sangat jarang di sana. Okay, Jadi kita akan berikan waktu sepenuhnya kepada asisten Profesor Augusto da Costa PhD, ISCTLC from Dili, Timor Leste. And then before that, sebelum itu saya akan bacakan pesan dari Prof. Mansur. Thank you to IAIN Kudus, Fakultas Tarbiyah, organizer, and all of the participants. Yeah, hope you get some aha moments listening to my presentation. Terima kasih Profesor Mansur. Nanti kita akan ketemu di Q&A setelah presentasi dari asisten Profesor Augusto. Terima kasih, thank you very much. And then let's move into the second speaker, Assistant Professor Augusto da Costa, PhD. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for the time that given to me. I'm going to share the topic that I have prepared so far, and then I send the PowerPoint to committee, but I think be good. Just allow me to share my screenshot from here. So the topic that, first of all, my greeting for the professor, and then my gratitude for the committee, and my respectful for His Excellency Rector of the University of IAIN Kudus, and department, and then also all the staff and all the members of the committee. My respect and my gratitude for all of you for having me as a part of this international conference. It's become a privilege for me to join us and to share my really small experience and the really limited experience that I had during the after my graduation, during my involvement in the education system and lecture and teaching process in my own institution, and then the other national institution also, they involved me as a evaluator of the BAN or ANA or for the Timor-Leste. It's ANA is one institution, national institution that take responsibility on evaluation of the study program, and then established new program in East Timor. So thank you so much, and then I'm going to share my really small, and then hopefully this sharing will help or inspire all of us. The first of all, I'm going to ask you to apologize because my English is very limited, very poor English, because I'm learning also the English. And then on the way, I will use a mixed language to explain, but I'll go to my, I'll go forward with the English first. The topic that committee asked me to share about is developmental of counseling technique post-pandemic COVID-19 in Timor-Leste. The effectiveness counseling technique during post-pandemic COVID-19 in Timor-Leste. I just share it into 3 points. Seems like a process of journey. So I name it a journey of counseling techniques. The first, before, and the second, during, and the third, it past pandemic COVID-19. As you know, and because almost of us is a counselor, so we know that the before pandemic, we use so many 24 techniques in counseling that I try to share in the screen. However, I do not want to explain one in regard to the time also. For the 24 techniques of counseling, I will not explain because this is a kind of food and drink for us in everyday life, you know, as a counselor. That's why I'm going directly to during pandemic COVID-19 counseling. As you know, during the pandemic, everyone, every human being, and every government around the world, throughout the world, forbid anywhere else except stay in their home, including my people in my own country, my home country, Timor-Leste. While during pandemic COVID-19, there was so many cases happen in my home country. Some of them, my friends and some people that I know before, they pass away because of the COVID. And then some, in terms of the education system, all students are at home and they learn from their home. So my government named the education system that bring education to home. For the, I want to go to the explain before the before go to the education system. In the society, when COVID-19 first came into my country, it was early March of 2020. And then my government announced that everyone have to stay home. If it is possible, some people from the countryside, they are be able to return to their home village to avoid the crowded people in Dili. Including myself, I went back to my home village in the countryside. I stayed there for almost 5 months. And then some people from my village also affected from the hello, did you hear me? Does it too fast? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to a little bit slow down.
It's okay.
Some people from my own village also infected by this disease, this pandemic, this COVID. But thanks God, they were cured because they have kind of used some traditional medicine like that. So to strengthen the immune system of the human, of the people. That's why in my own village, there is no victims that passed away. However, that my leadership of my university asked me to return to Delhi and then to start the education, kind of use the online education or distance education using Zoom, and then also another platform of IT platform to share material for the student. So the Zoom and another platform of IT. At the same time, some of my students' family, it's one of my master student's wife passed away because of the COVID. So it's make university executive body and the rector decide to everyone and every lecturer have to stay in home because of the pandemic. And then the same time, so some students' family, one is passed away directly after affected by the pandemic for 1 day, but some of them got 1 week and 2 weeks, and then at least 5 of my students' family passed away because of this pandemic. In facing that situation, because they know that I'm counselor, they contact me and they ring me, they run me, they telephone me, kind time to share with me their sadness and the depression that they got because of their loved one passed away because of this pandemic. So I did not go to their place, or they did not come to us, but we only use the telephone as one instrument that we can use to conduct the counseling process. At the same time, because of the internet connection also became one demanding, one problem, because every student stay home, and then everyone use the telephone internet connection to study or to do their work from home. So the internet connection is very poor, very poor. Sometimes it's disconnect and then it collapse. So the only way that I can conduct counseling with my student is through telephone. When I use the telephone, it cost a lot of money, but this is the only way that I have to do to help my student in facing the traumatic experience of their beloved ones passed away, and some of them is still on the case of the victims in the hospital and in the installation of the separate from other people, even they are with the separate section from the other people because of the social distance, and then because of the pandemic, it's very high of infection. So it's too big deal and too big problem for those who are want to go to visit or to talk with. That's why I use the telephone as the only instrument that I can use to contact and to consult with conduct counseling with my student. The only one approach or one techniques that I used during the pandemic is I just use the miracle questions. See, it's for me, it's for me to help the student. Because another techniques, it's difficult for me to use it. The only option that to be able to use the counseling technique that I use the miracle questions. Telephone me, I answer, and then just ask short question for for them, then reflect on. The miracle questions that I asked it, what would your world look like if the miracle happened? This is a question, the technical question. But I asked them, it's more specific and more to the point, like, what would happen to you when your brother or your sister passed away? Or what would world look like if your brother or your sister or your wife or your husband recover soon? So this question is provoke and open their perspective of life, open their perspective of the experience that they're facing at the time. They were facing at the time. And another question, the miracle question, what would that miracle be and how would it be change the things? And if I specific, that questions become, what would miracle be and how would it change your life when your brother, your sister, or your wife or your husband passed away? Or what would that miracle be and how would it change your life when your brother, your sister, your wife, or your husband sick or recover from the disease, from the pandemic, or from the COVID-19? There is so various response that I got from my counsellees. Some of them, at least one of
Sepertinya kita kehilangan Mr. Augusto. Saya akan tunggu sebentar, mungkin ada sedikit kesalahan teknis atau mungkin signal yang cukup kurang atau kurang cukup kuat untuk bisa bergabung dengan kita lagi. Kita masih menantikan. Ladies and gentlemen, we still waiting for the Mr. Augusto to come and join again in this Zoom. Please kindly to wait.
Satu hal
Okay, welcome back, Mr. Augusto. Can you hear me?
Okay, it's back
Okay.
to work.
Okay, welcome back. Go ahead, Mr.
Okay. I'm sorry for that because of the internet connection. It's quite weak here. So the one experience of mine in regard to counseling in the miracle questions, it's because of one of my students he's becoming my counselor, the first counselor that during pandemic time that I use the miracle questions, because his wife is only sick, got infected from the pandemic 19 or COVID-19. It's only in 1 day and passed away. So this experience is really big trauma for these guys or this student. He's really broken down, and he has no idea what should do, because when his wife passed away, his family, just family, came to visit him and help him in the situation. Unfortunately, the government, my government, to facilitate this man, this family, to bring the dead body to the grave, the family grave, to bury it. Only 4 hours after passed away. It's not. It's a new one, new experience for the Timorese family, because of family, one family members pass away, it keep there at least 2 or 3 days before buried, funeral ceremony. But because of that situation, COVID situation, the wife of my student buried 4 hours after she passed away. So during his passed away for buried, he rang me, he telephoned me to share his experience, and I just hear in silence. I did not say single word not out of my mouth, because I just want to hear him. But when after the ceremonial of funeral, 3 hours, 4 hours later, he telephoned me again, and he started crying, shouting, crying, and I hear. It needs almost 3 days. He telephoned me, but did not say, I just hear and then be strong. The second day I said that be strong. And third day, I start use the miracle questions for to help this student. Thanks God, in one time, in one side, he's really strong man. While even though his wife passed away, then the first he rang me, he telephoned me, shared his cry and so on. But after 3 days, and he started use the miracle question, he said that I know why this experience happened to me. And then when I asked the question, miracle question, she said that, yes, I know. He's a man who is really faithful man in his religion. He's a Catholic man. So he said that this is the God will for my family. Even though the first I did not accept this experience, but after that I have to obey to the God's will, God's plan to my family. So this is the one experience that I try to conduct the counseling during the pandemic time. The next, I'm going to share, okay, internet start, okay. The next, I'm going to share some new counseling technical that I'm trying to develop and establish and develop, based on the theory that from my study when I was a student. The new technique, I say that new technique because when COVID-19 is quite stopped, and then the government announced that this pandemic almost reduced and almost gone from my country, the government announced and allowed everyone to go to the school and back to the university, back to the normal, but they named it the new normal life. Even though the pandemic has gone, according to the government, but they announced that everyone have to be careful, use mask everywhere, and then have to keep the social distance in the social gathering, at least 1 meter from each other. So when I returned to the campus or to the university, there are so many students that affected by the COVID. They lose their family, their neighbors, and their friends. So to deal with the situation and to deal with the experience, I try to use the new, not really new, I guess the new, but hopefully I'm right, but according to me it's new, the reflecting of heat step technique. I'm going to explain the reflecting footstep technique is consisted of, I name it Pasupu. Pasupu is abbreviation of the philosophy, aims, stasis, usefulness, place, and utilizer. The philosophy of this method, this technique, is each one of us use the philosophy is foot and leg became an essential part of human body. Each one stand up on their own feet. One should stand strongly in facing all phenomena and experiences. Aim of this method is to elevate or increase knowledge, awareness, consciousness of counselee or a student from the pandemic post-traumatic experience.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and while we waiting for Mr. Augusto, it's really okay to join again because there problem for the signal. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami mohon untuk bersabar sambil menunggu Bapak Augusto untuk menyampaikan materinya. Yang tadi telah membahas tentang beberapa hal yang is very important for us. Okay, welcome back, Professor Augusto. Mr. Augusto.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Augusto, can you hear me?
Yeah.
If you convenience,
yes.
if you convenience or you are very enjoy to talking with Bahasa or English is really okay. It's up to you when you try to talking with very convenient situations. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'm trying to use the mixed language. Okay, okay. So it will fine for me. Okay. Filsafat. I'm going to use the Indonesian now. Kalau bahasa Indonesia, saya bilang metik. Okay, hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I will mute my car. So
sorry ya.
Yes, Rom.
Mungkin saya akan matikan kamera saya supaya saya bicara lebih karena di tempat saya lama sekali.
It's okay, Rom. Dimatikan kameranya dan kemudian.
Oke. Selama pandemi selesai, lalu setelah saya beri nama post pandemi, itu pemerintah Timor Leste mulai mengizinkan semua proses belajar mengajar dan semua para pegawai bisa kembali bekerja. Namun pada saat yang sama pemerintah kami telah
E concluo, com respeito à nossa cara convida o Sr. Fábio Magalhães, como se
Oke. Kita kembali kehilangan Mr. Augusto. Oke. Mr. Augusto mungkin bisa dipercepat lagi ya agar kita lebih ringkas.
Oke, begini. Setelah kembali ke kampus dan berusaha untuk pemerintah mengeluarkan bahwa every student they have to use the social distance because of pandemic. They are scared of infecting of pandemic of the COVID. Jadi setiap siswa dan juga para dosen kita menjaga jarak setidaknya 1 meter. Itu juga terjadi di dalam proses konseling. Jadi saya berusaha dalam situasi seperti itu, muncullah ide dan pikiran dalam hati otak saya untuk berusaha mengembangkan satu teknik konseling yang saya beri nama footstep counseling atau pijakan. Poin yang saya rumuskan di sini yaitu jadikan singkatan jadi PASU. PASUPU itu singkatan dari filsafat, tujuan, filosofi, aims, stage, usefulness, place, and user. itu yang saya pakai, lalu rumuskan satu metode ini. Filsafatnya bahwa setiap manusia mempunyai kaki dan kaki itu menjadi bagian terpenting dari tubuh manusia.
Por exemplo, dados neste momento IGA,
Tujuan dari konseling ini adalah untuk meningkatkan pengetahuan kesadaran dari konseling akan trauma yang mereka alami pada masa pandemi. Tahapan itu saya menerapkan ke-6 tahapan yang ada, lalu saya mulai
usa em vida lorong-lorong. Ambas saya nak kaudian ini kita sempre
teknik ini orang bisa, kita bisa duduk, kita bisa berdiri, tetapi kalau berdiri, kebanyakan tahapan ini saya menggunakan orang berdiri dan konseling juga berdiri. Ini konseling ini dilakukan bisa untuk konseling Roma. Berdiri konseling bisa dilakukan bisa berdiri atau bisa duduk, bisa untuk individual, bisa juga untuk kelompok. Tapi saya coba untuk yang berdiri, saya jelaskan dulu pada konseling dalam waktu proses konseling itu orang bisa berdiri. Dikala konseling datang lalu berbicara atau teman-teman yang student datang berbicara, kadang saya ajak mereka untuk berdiri dan melepaskan sepatu, kaos kaki sehingga kaki mereka sungguh injak menyatu dengan tanah. Tujuannya supaya mereka merasakan apa yang sedang mereka injak. Jadi penekanan itu pada perasaan dan touching. Nah, itu yang tekankan di situ. Setelah mereka prosesnya itu, setelah mereka merasakan pijakan itu di sentuhan kaki mereka, telapak kaki mereka di tanah, dan mereka merasakan apa yang mereka rasakan. Mereka injak apa, perasaan apa yang muncul di dalam pada saat mereka injak itu. Lalu setelah itu diajak berselang beberapa menit baru mulai lagi. Putus. Halo, masih bisa nggak?
Bisa.
Setelah itu konseling diajak untuk merenungkan, memikirkan apa yang sedang dia rasakan waktu dia menginjak lantai dengan kaki telanjang, tidak pakai kaos kaki, tidak pakai sepatu. Setelah itu konseling diajak untuk berbicara beberapa menit, lalu dia mulai setelah dia menceritakan pengalaman waktu dia menginjak tahan lantai itu, lalu dia lebih lanjut, dia konselor meminta konseling untuk melihat Halo. Halo.
Ya.
Oh,
Mungkin bisa
dengar ya suara.
Ya,
Sorry, jaringan mulai putus-putus karena saya tadi pagi lah ucap
Oke. Mungkin bisa
pakai
dipercepat, Romo.
internet.
Mungkin
Oke.
bisa dipercepat sekitar 5 atau 10 menit.
Kegunaan metode teknik ini untuk para konselor dan juga untuk konseli, bisa untuk konseling individual, bisa untuk kelompok. Lalu tempatnya itu bisa di luar ruangan atau bisa di dalam ruangan. Lalu pemakai orang yang bisa menggunakan kita bisa menggunakan teknik untuk menolong mereka adalah para studi mahasiswa dan juga para anak SMA atau SMP. Ya, kita bisa menggunakan teknik ini untuk membantu saya kira itu tadi PowerPoint-nya sudah saya kirim ke panitia, jadi nanti mungkin panitia bisa share karena jaringan internet saya saat ini sedang lemah sekali sehingga terputus terus. Jadi metode sederhana yang saya gunakan, saya temukan gunakan itu adalah footstep technique, counseling reflection of footstep technique. Itu yang saya pakai setelah artinya post pandemi. Ini masih sangat baru, jadi masih diuji coba terus. Semoga berhasil. Dan itu pengalaman sederhana yang bisa saya bagi ke teman-teman melalui waktu ini, walaupun waktu saya sangat jaringannya sangat mengganggu sehingga tidak bisa tidak terlalu
Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, kami meminta maaf yang sebesar-besarnya atas tadi memang gangguan teknis. Sudah bergabung kembali? Beliau keluar kembali. Ini ada kesalahan, jaringan, ada permasalahan jaringan di Dili, Timur Leste, sehingga paling tidak Bapak Ibu sekalian itu paling tidak sudah mendapatkan materi. Nanti kami akan share kedua-duanya, materinya dari Prof. Mansur tadi yang sangat luar biasa dan juga materi dari asisten Profesor Augusto da Costa. Sudah kembali lagi? Mr. Augusto?
Oke,
Ya, bisa.
Saya sangat mohon maaf karena jaringan ini, saya senang sekali tapi jaringan ini yang membuat saya merasa tidak nyaman dengan ini. Lalu ini teknik sederhana yang saya ciptakan sendiri berdasarkan teori-teori yang saya dapatkan. Jadi semoga ini bisa sharing sederhana ini bisa membantu teman-teman para pendengar sehingga bisa mengerti sesuatu. Setidaknya teknik ini sangat baru karena baru mulai tahun awal 2022 ini, jadi saya masih sedang coba terus untuk proses konseling di tempat kerja saya. Itu jadi
baik. Terima kasih. Tadi kayaknya sekali lagi dari atas nama panitia dan juga penyelenggara meminta maaf yang sebesar-besarnya karena jaringan yang cukup lemah di Dili Timor Leste membuat kita ada permasalahan berkaitan dengan penyampaian materi pada siang hari ini. But it's really okay. Tidak masalah Bapak Ibu sekalian karena nanti materi juga akan tadi sudah disampaikan hal-hal yang inti yang sudah disampaikan oleh Mr. Augusto dan nanti kami dari panitia juga akan memberikan atau men-sharingkan tentang materi dalam bentuk PDF atau PowerPoint yang akan di-share atau dibagikan di dalam grup yang sudah grup peserta gitu. Bapak Ibu sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank you, Mr. Augusto. We're talking about the miracle question. This is one of the very favorite technique when we're talking about the solution focused brief counseling or SFBT or SFBT. That using the miracle equations and scaling equation and the others, but this miracle equation is the one of very important technique in the solution focused brief counseling. And then the coming from the concept coming from the Mr. Augusto da Costa, talking there is a two equation, the big equations. The first one is what would you word like if a miracle occurred, and then the second one is what would the miracle be and how would it change things. Ini dua pertanyaan yang paling penting di dalam proses kita memberikan atau mencoba untuk memahami kondisi pada konseli atau pada klien kita. And then Mr. Augusto juga menyampaikan sebuah konsep yang beliau kembangkan sendiri. We call it, this is the concept coming from Mr. Augusto. We call it this reflecting of footstep technique or FT, which is the combinance by the cognitive and behavioral therapy. And then the stage is very clear. We call it espasupu, philosophical, and then aim, and then stage and usefulness, and then place and utilizer. Jadi tadi Romo Augusto juga menyampaikan berkaitan dengan konsep yang beliau tawarkan sebagai sebuah alternatif konsep solusi dalam proses konseling di era pandemi yang disebut dengan RFT atau Reflecting of Footstep Technique atau RFT ini. Dan tahapannya adalah berkaitan dengan yang pertama adalah filosofi, kemudian adalah tujuan atau aim, kemudian stage, kemudian juga usefulness, kemudian place tempatnya, dan utilizer atau kebergunaannya. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to say that thank you very much. You are stay here from the 100 and for about the 150, and then now we can still in 91 participant. Thank you very much. You stay, and then this is the second session. We would like to. This is the session of the Q&A. The Q&A season. We would like to ask you. No, we would like to offering you if you have any question for the first speaker or the second speaker or both of them, you can just write down or you can directly open your mic and then open your camera and then you directly tell to us, or you can type on the chat box by in this platform Zoom. Alright, Bapak Ibu sekalian, kita sampai pada sesi Q&A atau question and answer atau sesi pertanyaan. Kami memohon Bapak Ibu sekalian untuk bisa memberikan, jika ada pertanyaan-pertanyaan bisa disampaikan melalui chat box dalam Zoom ini, ataupun juga bisa disampaikan dalam secara langsung dengan membuka mic-nya dan juga kameranya. Alright, let's go to the last season. Baik, Bapak Ibu, adakah yang ingin ditanyakan kepada kedua pemateri? Tadi sudah yang menyampaikan yang pertama dari Profesor Dr. Mansur bin Abu Thalib yang menyampaikan tentang bagaimana sebenarnya tantangan-tantangan atau challenges seorang konselor eksistensi konselor ini memang menjadi sebuah isu. The existence of the counselor profession is one of the biggest issue in the world. Kemarin juga kita sering berdiskusi, kami menghubungi beberapa scholar, para mahasiswa yang juga masih menempuh PhD di beberapa negara seperti di Nottingham University di UK, kemudian juga ada di Ohio State University. Ketika kita bertemu, ternyata pembahasannya juga masih seputar bagaimana sebenarnya eksistensi dari seorang konselor atau guru BK di dalam rangka menghadapi berbagai permasalahan yang hari ini telah sangat kompleks gitu ya. So this existence of importance and the special issue for each counselor in the part of our work. Alright. Bapak Ibu sekalian, silahkan kalau ada pertanyaan, silahkan ditanyakan melalui chat box atau langsung. Oke, is there any question? Siapa? Mas Muhammad Filah? Atau this is the Q&A session. If there are questions, speaker 1 and 2, the first one or the second one can be right in the chat box. Thank you. Oke, silahkan ada pertanyaan. Okay, this is the first question. Untuk siapa ini? For Mr. Bahtiar Hakim. This is question for both of them, or Professor Mansur or Mr. Augusto. Specifically, you can write down on the chat box. Hello. Okay, Prof. Mansur. Okay, the first one. Prof. Mansur, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Okay, there is a question for you. The first one is, I am Muhammad Bahtiar Hakim for IAIN Kudus, Indonesia.
Yeah.
Lately, the world is in a state of certainly. The threat of inflation and recession is haunting various countries. How does the professor view of this perspective of counseling respond to this? And how to maintain people mental health? It sometimes we know it is the hard times right now, right? Bagaimana seorang konselor bisa memaintain mental health mereka di dalam kondisi seperti ini, sedangkan mereka harus membantu orang lain. Thank you, Professor. Mungkin bisa langsung dijawab.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, and thank you, Mr. Muhammad Bahtiar, for the good questions. Very challenging also. Okay, he talks about the threat of inflation, recession that relates to economy. So I think my take on this is that as counselors, I talk about the wellness just now, the well-being. It has a different dimension, and one of the important dimension, all are equally important. And one of the basic dimension, I think, is on economic matters, the economic well-being. Yeah, and this, you are right when you mentioned about the uncertainty about economic, the threat of inflation, yeah, that we have to discuss with client. So my view on this to actually look if this is the real issues, yeah, this is the real presenting issues, and this is issues that the client want to discuss with us, and I think this is very near to him or her, and to really discuss what can be done differently, or what he has done in the past to improve the situation, yeah, the economic situation. Of course, recession, inflation are something that the client or we ourselves have no control over it. Yeah, this is governmental issue, this is international issues. Yeah, what we control is the view, our view, or our behavior. We might want to change our behavior of our spending behavior. The client might need to discuss on their spending behavior, their saving behavior, yeah, to mitigate this issue. There is you also talks about then how to maintain mental health. Yeah, so how can he or she maintain the mental health if the basic need, yeah, food on the table is not there, the ability to buy basic needs are not there, are not being met. Yeah, so again, we are not proposing, for example, go to the bank, lending money, because those are all short terms behavior modification thing. But in a long way, in the long run, what need to be discussed and to have this skill with the client is on the economic behavior, isn't it? The buying behavior, the spending behavior, behavior, because in economic there are principles that we need to follow. For example, a few percentage of whatever we earn has to be spent for saving. I mean, we have to save first, then only we are able to spend the money. And there are a portion of whatever we get, we are supposed to give back to the community, for example, yeah. And giving back is very, very important. Even in Islamic also, we talks about zakat. We talks about giving back to the community in need, because those are not ours to start with. Some portion, right, like 10% or whatever we get. So again, there are things outside our control, but there are things within our means that we can have the client to discuss and to do it differently. Yeah. Or maybe to talk about other ways of getting income. Yeah. So income is one thing, spending is one thing, behavior, saving is another thing, giving back is another thing. So there's a whole bunch of dimension in economy that we can discuss with the client. And if he or she are not happy with the current behavior, then that need to be changed. Yeah, isn't it? So I think that if I were to have this kind of client, I will discuss on that dimension. Yeah. Again, if we look at that 7 dimension of well-being by World Health Organization, I think economic is only one part of it. But there are other dimensions, social dimension, physical, emotional, that he has to take care of, without discounting the importance of economic. Yeah, because as I mentioned earlier, without money, everything might fall apart. Yeah, but with money, we can have more purchasing power. I think that's my take on that. Hopefully, Muhammad Batia are happy with my response.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Mansur, for the answering the question from Mr. Bahtiar Hakim from IAIN Kudus. Well, this is the next question for you and Mr. Augusto. My name is Muhammad Filah from BKPI. How do I become a counselor when our counselee is constantly rebelling because it's a serious problem? Maybe this is more technical, right? Prof. Mansur first, and then Prof. Mr. Augusto, please.
Okay, first of all, thank you, Muhammad Filah, yeah, from BKPI. Ian Kudus, I think, counseling student, is it? How do you become counselor when counseling constantly rebelling? Okay, first of all, you have to know counseling only work with normal people like you and me, people who are not having any disorder in terms of psychiatry. Yeah, so that need a different treatment, that need to be seen by a medical doctor, and probably the medical doctor will prescribe medication, isn't it? Yeah. But if the rebelling is temporary, it's like seasonal, yeah, it's not like all the time. Whenever they come and see you, they show this rebellious conduct, yeah. So this is not the pattern, this is not the personality, then it is workable for counselors to work with. Again, your question sound like a problem. I mean, you wanted to ask for solution to a problem. Yeah. So if it is a normal day-to-day issue, or people who are not having any kind of disorder, psychiatric disorder, what I will do is to look at, okay, what is the root cause of those behavior? Yeah. Of course, we believe that anything happened because of something. Yeah. And we also learn scientifically, for every action, there must be a positive and negative reaction. This is physics, Newton law, isn't it? Yeah. The same goes in social sciences, in psychology. We learn that things happen because of something. There must be a triggering factor. There must be an influencing factor. So in the session, give time for the client to open up, to discuss. If you cannot do it verbally, maybe through some sort of artwork, therapy, or through some sort of testing, yeah, psychological testing that can be used. Yeah, the point here is to be with the client in that rebellious moment. However, if he or she need a way out, they're not happy with what the behavior is currently, and that behavior probably resulted in different issues, yeah, different problem, then maybe find out here what were the main cause. Again, as counselor, we know when we ask about what are the main cause, we know that is not the real cause. Yeah, the real cause will emerge later as you explore. Yeah, the presenting symptom is not the real issue. Yeah, the being rebellious is only a symptom. Yeah, the issue might be deep down. Yeah, he or she might not understand why it happened. Yeah, but as counselor, we hold to a principle that every action, there must be a reaction. Every solution problem, there must be a solution. Every cause, there must be the effect of it. Yeah. So slowly find time, discuss, explore, believe, never judge. Yeah. Yeah, rebellious may be your finding. Yeah, it's not your judgment. Yeah, but again, as counselor, we try not to judge. Yeah, I'm not saying that you are judging. Maybe the issue is right. Yeah, so be together in that rebellious moment, because that is, to me, he or she has knocked your door. He or she has opened up to you, and he or she want to work with you to find solution of that behavior. Again, as I said, if he or she has no psychiatric issues, every behavior, every issue is temporary, meaning it will go away. It started with nothing. Now it has it has that rebellious behavior. We can put a stop on it because everything is temporary. So give hope, give motivation, kind of. Okay, Muhammad Fila, thank you.
Wow, thank you very much for the answer from Mr. Professor Dr. Mansur. We're talking about the how to. This is the complex actually when we try to answering the question. But I try to make some of the bolting like we need to know, we need to understand about the triggering and influencing the factor from the counseling problems, and then the main word, this is talking of the issue or problem is really temporary. We're talking of the and so we have to get motivated the counseling. All right, and then hello, Mr. Augusto.
Yeah.
And answering the question from Mr. Muhammad Fila.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to explain, I add the answering of just a small point, I think. In Indonesia. Oke, terima kasih Mas Muhammad Fila. Senang sekali, pertanyaannya bagus sekali. Bagaimana kalau konselingnya berontak terus dan tidak tenang? Bagaimana kita mau konseling? Kalau konseli berontak terus itu berarti ada masalah yang lebih besar. Kalau ada masalah kejiwaan yang lebih besar, itu bukan tanggung jawab kita sih sebagai konselor. Itu dia harus, tadi profesor sudah katakan bahwa itu dia harus pergi ke dokter spesialis atau psikiatri, karena kalau lain bukan pada level yang kita bisa konseling. Dan satu hal yang perlu diingat juga bahwa kita tidak punya hak mutlak atas kuasa mutlak atas konseli itu. Proses konseling kalau terjadi dikala konseli dan konselor, terutama konseli, mau membuka diri terhadap konselor dan mau menceritakan apa yang sebenarnya terjadi pada konseli. Karena konseli datang minta konselor itu untuk konseling itu karena dia mau keluar dari permasalahan yang sedang ia hadapi. Itu berarti ada kemauan dari konseli untuk sembuh atau untuk keluar dari permasalahan yang sedang ia hadapi, sehingga dia datang. Kalau dia datang berontak terus, ya sudahlah, mungkin bisa buat jadi transfer atau apa ke psikiater yang lebih kompeten dalam hal kejiwaan yang lebih parah, persoalan kejiwaan yang lebih parah. Dan hal satu tambahan lagi, mungkin kita perlu tahu juga, kalau dia mau cerita pada kita juga perlu tahu mengapa dia berontak terus. Apakah sikap pemberontakan dia itu atau tidak mau terbuka dia itu karena kita sebagai konselor, atau apakah ada hal lain? Kita perlu tanya juga supaya ungkit juga, supaya kita tahu mengapa dia tidak mau terbuka dan dia berontak untuk tidak mau terbuka pada kita. Itu yang perlu kita ingat. Jadi sebagai konselor kita tidak bisa memaksa konseli untuk terbuka pada kita, tetapi kita sebagai konselor kita memberi pertanyaan yang memancing, mengapa, supaya kita tahu alasan dia kenapa dia berontak terus dan tidak mau masuk dalam proses konseling itu. Mungkinkah dia perlu konseling lain atau kita, ataukah mungkin ada sesuatu yang lebih yang tersembunyi yang tidak kita ketahui. Jadi kita perlu gali lebih banyak, lebih dalam tentang apa yang sebenarnya dia tidak mau menerima, tidak mau masuk dalam proses konseling itu. Jadi Mas Muhammad tidak usah berkecil hati kalau ada konselor yang tidak mau dengar, mungkin dibutuhkan waktu supaya dia bisa terbuka, tetapi di pihak lain memang dia yang konseli yang membutuhkan bantuan, maka dia harus terbuka terhadap konselor supaya konselor bisa membantu. Itu yang bisa saya tambahkan. Terima kasih. Terima kasih Prof. Terima
Thank you very
kasih,
much,
moderator. Ya.
Mr. Augusto. Tadi sudah dibahas, ada beberapa kesamaan. There is some similar answer, bahwa memang ketika rebelling terlalu serius, maka kita wajib memberikan batasan terhadap diri kita dan kemudian memberikan layanan mungkin refer kepada ahli lain atau pada helper yang lainnya, sehingga kita bisa untuk membantu konseli atau membantu klien kita secara lebih optimal lagi gitu. Oke, ini ada satu pertanyaan. Maybe this is, ada beberapa pertanyaan lagi. Oke, ada dua pertanyaan lagi. So this question coming from the Julia Korea. Hello, good afternoon everyone. I'm Juliao Armando Korea from Timor-Leste. What do we do as the counselor to provide the counseling to mentalize the people mental to be human? Because what I observe in society or community, they often create the problems even they are one of the member of organization, especially for the martial art. However, the organization itself has a rule or regulation. Okay, maybe this question deliver Julia Korea to Prof. Mansur. Is it okay, Prof?
Can I have Dr. Augusta to respond first, because I have somebody in my house.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, Prof.
Okay.
I'm trying to speak maybe speaking with Indonesia, because it's from Timor Leste. In some point, I will explain it in Teton, but it's not. It's a little bit unfair when I use directly in my own language to explain it. It's I will use Indonesia or English. Begini, situasi ini, pertanyaan ini, this question is based on the experience in the society of Timor society. That there exist so many groups that they name the group bela diri, that they become opponents for each other. Saling berkelahi antara kelompok bela diri itu, walaupun peraturan pemerintah, peraturan setiap kelompok itu ada bahwa tidak boleh saling menyerang, tetapi itu kenyataannya tetap saling menyerang. Itu bukan hanya sebatas apa yang sedang terjadi itu sebenarnya. Kalau saya amati, orang sudah tidak mau mendengar lagi apa yang dikatakan oleh pimpinan kelompoknya itu, atau bahkan pada pemerintah soal peraturan-peraturan itu, karena dia mempunyai dendam kesumat yang sangat mendalam. Kemungkinan besar dia menjadi keluarga dia atau mungkin dia sendiri menjadi korban kekerasan dari kelompok lain. Maka dia tidak susah sekali untuk menerima kenyataan itu, sehingga susah untuk mengampuni. Ini terjadi pada sebagian masyarakat Timor Leste, terutama kaum muda. Karena kalau saya telusuri ke belakang sampai 1520-an masa pada awal-awal kedatangan Portugis, bangsa kami, bangsa Timor Leste itu dijajah sangat lama, hampir 500 tahun. Hampir 500 tahun. Portugis datang, Portugis keluar, Jepang datang, Jepang keluar, Portugis datang lagi, Portugis keluar lagi, Indonesia datang. Jadi itu yang terjadi. Tindakan kekerasan, penindasan dialami dari masa ke masa, dari generasi ke generasi, sehingga trauma yang sangat mendalam yang dialami oleh hampir seluruh masyarakat Timor Leste, itu yang membuat nampaknya mempengaruhi juga sikap generasi muda saat ini yang susah sekali untuk mendengar apa yang dikatakan oleh pimpinan mereka, dan bahkan apa yang dikatakan oleh pemerintah, dan bahkan pimpinan agama juga agak susah. Itu proses rekonsiliasi itu kami sudah adakan sejak tahun 2001, akhir 99, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003 sampai saat ini juga memang ada pada tahap tertentu dikatakan berhasil karena sebagian besar sudah mulai sadar, tetapi ada beberapa anggota, beberapa orang di dalam kelompok itu yang masih tetap saja belum menerima keadaan seperti itu, dan itu dibutuhkan proses yang panjang, dan itu kalau saya katakan secara tegas, itu konselor tidak bisa membantu. Karena itu tekanan depresi yang sangat mendalam, sudah sampai pada dendam kesumat. Jadi itu yang bisa membantu itu para psikiater. para psikiater mungkin bisa membantu, dan harus dibantu juga dengan medical, obat-obat dari rumah sakit, sehingga bisa membuat mereka pelan-pelan mungkin sadar. Mereka seperti itu nggak bisa, konselor tidak bisa membantu orang-orang seperti itu untuk sembuh dalam waktu yang singkat seperti yang kita mengerti dalam proses konseling akademik di sekolah-sekolah atau di kampus-kampus. Ini sudah masuk kategori yang parah, tekanan psikologi, dendam yang parah sehingga dibutuhkan waktu, dan itu perlu melibatkan para psikiater untuk menemani dan bisa mungkin yang membantu orang-orang yang sudah sangat depresi dan sudah sangat dendam pada sesamanya itu. Itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Augusto, tentang bagaimana tadi diceritakan sebenarnya sejarahnya tadi ya, hingga menyebabkan suatu fenomena yang sampai hari ini mungkin masih sangat relate dan menjadi sebuah peristiwa-peristiwa yang cukup menyakitkan di sana. Baik, kita dengarkan mungkin dari perspektif Prof. Mansur. Silakan Prof. Mansur.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Azmi. Thank you, Dr. Augusta, for the feedback. Okay, what I learned from this, when I heard what Dr. Augusta was talking about, so this is like a long issue, isn't it? Like in the community. Yeah, I just want to say that counseling cannot help everything. Yeah, and we do not need counseling to improve everything. Some of it we have to, that's why I say we have to work inter-agency, inter-department, or inter-non-government organization to work with this. But one thing remain important: if the problem start in the community, in the group, it need to be solved in the same setting, meaning in the group setting. It can't be solved just in the family or individual basis. Having said that, I did mention something just now. We don't want people to suffer. Yeah. So that what my point is that we do not wait for them to come to get help from us. Yeah. If we feel that behavior is dangerous to the community or to the society at large, we have a duty to warn, isn't it? Duty to care and duty to work out something so that the ethics of counseling as counselor, which is not the non-mala fide thing, do no harm. Yeah, it's not that we do not do anything, but if we just observe and do nothing, it might create more problem. Then we can sort of do something to work with other people, not just us. Yeah, because probably people, when we talk about counseling, we know there is this model. I forgot what this model. We talk about some people know that they have problems. Some people they don't know that they have problem. There's one dimension. The other dimension is for some people, who is responsible for the problem, or is it me or other people? Yeah. So and where is the origin of the problem come from? Is it me? I create the problem, or I was the result of the problem? For example, people living in a stricken after the effect of flooding, for example, and they lost everything. And to the children, it is not my fault because I don't create that problem, but I have to live with the problem. Then they were asking to themselves, then if it is not my problem, is it my responsibility to solve the problem, or is it other people? The community have to solve, the government has to solve the problem. So whatever the modality, the understanding of who caused the problem, where the problem originate, and who should be responsible for the problem, we as the counselor also has role to play, but to the certain extent, as I said, yeah, we cannot do all. Maybe the justice system has to be in place, yeah. Maybe the court has to do something, or the school have to do something. Then only you can come in, yeah. So as I said, it takes the whole inter-agency, inter-group, inter-department effort to intervene. But I believe that counselor having the knowledge of understanding people, human development, why people behave in a certain way, the normal, the abnormal psychology that we learned, that can help that group to understand the situation better. I think this is my take on this question.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Mansur and Mr. Augusto too, with amazing feedback. And then let's go to the last question. Is it the last question from Hasan Bastomi? This question to get feedback from Prof. Mansur and Mr. Augusto. I'm Hasan Bastomi from EIN Kudus. This is the lecturer. Thank you for the material and the knowledge to extraordinary presenter. What I ask is, there has been a change in the student habit from online learning or counseling during the pandemic to face-to-face counseling after the pandemic, so that the client is not used to face-to-face counseling. How is this? Maybe Prof. Mansur, you want to get the first feedback?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hassan. Okay, so, okay, thank you for the material and the knowledge. Okay, you were asking about there is a change in student habit from online learning, online counseling during the pandemic back to face-to-face counseling. So meaning before was face-to-face learning before, yeah. So it is back to the normality. The normality before is face-to-face. The normality before is face-to-face learning. But because of these 2-3 years, we live in this COVID thing, we opt to have it online. Yeah. So I talk about there's no fear of not adapting back. Yeah. However, even before the COVID is here, in the Western country has used online counseling as part of complementary services. Not just complementary, has been proven scientifically. It does help the client, yeah, to mitigate their problem better. And a lot of research out there also. I've done quite a couple of research on this online. Online counseling can become a stepping stone for clients to seek counseling face-to-face, meaning they try out, do they like the counselor? Do they like what being asked, yeah? Or do they want to confirm on what they have understood, what counseling is all about? So they do try and error of online, yeah? Yeah, and most of them become face-to-face client later on, because they felt that, okay, they clicked with this counselor and they wanted to extend the session face-to-face. Yeah. So he started with face-to-face, then 2-3 years of online, now go back to face-to-face or online totally or hybrid. The important thing here is to have the service available. Yeah, we are now living in a world of perception. Yeah, whether they actually go and seek help is another thing, but the perception that we offer face-to-face, online, hybrid, yeah, whenever they need it, yeah, just a click of mouse, they can ask question and get idea, and we know that even in the statistic, we have the Malaysian statistic, yeah. We have online offering of hotline and telephone. We know that majority, I think like 80% of them actually want to share their issues. Okay, that sharing is best. I know it's best. Do it face to face. However, there are certain issues that people prefer to do it online. and there are certain restrictions also because of COVID, we are not able to travel. So again, as I said, if we are talking about young people, university student or school student, they are a good in terms of adapting. They adapt very well, very fast, not like us, yeah, mature people. So they need just shorter period to adapt to whatever situation. And to me, having all these sort of services available is good. They will choose whatever they want, or they know that the help is out there. That is much important. Yeah, even if they don't even use the facility, the perception that we are here to help them, we are here to listen to them, to understand them, whatever modality they choose, that is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the feedback coming from the Mr. Professor Mansur. And then the last feedback or the last response, Mr. Augusto, please kindly.
Okay, thank you so much. Tadi sudah dijelaskan, saya akan menambah sedikit, tapi sebenarnya sudah dijelaskan semua sih. Kedua-duanya bagus. Dari muka ke muka, konseling dari muka ke muka, atau konseling online, itu kedua-duanya bagus. Tergantung pada konseli itu sendiri. Konseli mau pilih yang mana? Karena sekarang tersedia dua kemungkinan itu, dua jalur pelayanan itu, dari muka ke muka atau dari online. Tetapi kalau misalnya kata dari pihak kita konselor yang menentukan, mungkin lebih baik itu dari face to face, dari muka ke muka, sehingga kita lebih memahami apa yang sebenarnya dimaui oleh konseli atau apa yang sebenarnya dialami oleh konseli secara baik, supaya kita bisa umpan balik, bisa gali informasi, gali terus, supaya kita memahami persoalan dia, sehingga membantu atau memotivasi dia untuk bisa keluar atau mengatasi sendiri persoalan yang dihadapi. Kalau melalui online juga bagus, tetapi persoalannya tergantung juga online itu di mana, karena jaringan internetnya juga sangat mengganggu. Jadi kalau ada masalah, ada konselor yang mau konseli yang mau mengadakan proses konseling secara serius, ada baiknya mungkin face to face. Karena kalau online bisa jaringan terputus-putus, maka proses konseling akan terputus dan bisa menimbulkan kekecewaan di dalam hati konseli pada konselor, dan itu menurunkan menurunkan keyakinan, rapor dari konseli pada konselor, sehingga mungkin tidak mau konseli itu tidak mau ke konselor yang bersangkutan lagi. Jadi untuk menghindari itu, supaya dua-duanya semua merasa enak, maka kalau dekat, misalnya jarak tempat tinggal dari konselor dan konseli itu dekat, saya anjurkan mungkin konseling secara face to face, itu lebih bagus. Kalau jauh misalnya antar negara seperti saat ini kita adakan ini, bisa melalui telepon online seperti ini. Lalu kerugiannya itu terputus-putus, maka bisa menimbulkan kekecewaan, keraguan, kekecewaan di dalam hati konseli, dan mungkin memunculkan kemangkelan, kejengkelan di dalam hati konselor, sehingga proses konseling yang seharusnya bertujuan sangat membantu, sangat baik, sangat humanis untuk membantu sesama manusia, tidak bisa terlaksana dengan baik. Itu sehingga menurut saya, singkat kata, konseling face to face sangat dianjurkan. Terima kasih.
Baik,
Thank
terima
you.
kasih. Thank you very much for your feedback, Mr. Augusto. Terima kasih banyak atas jawaban yang luar biasa tadi dari Prof. Mansur dan juga dari Mr. Augusto Dacosta, PhD. Baik, Bapak Ibu sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, if there is no another question, we would like to let's go through to for the last season. Jadi karena kalau tidak ada pertanyaan bagi Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami sangat terima kasih. Kami memberitahukan bahwa link absence atau attendance form bisa dilihat, dicek. You can check in the chat box for the Zoom. Bisa diklik di bit.ly/absency meet the professor. So you can fill in the form and then you will get the e-certificates for that. Terima kasih. Silahkan Bapak Ibu bisa mengakses untuk bisa mendapatkan e-certificate gratis dari komite atau dari organizer ini. Dan saya selaku moderator mengucapkan terima kasih yang setinggi-tingginya. Terima kasih atas waktunya kepada dua pemateri yang sangat hebat. Bolehlah kita beri tepuk tangan ya secara virtual ya. That was a very amazing moment today. Saya sangat senang sekali, terutama pada Prof. Mansur dan Mr. Augusto yang telah menyampaikan materi yang sangat luar biasa, dan materi nanti akan di-share oleh panitia di dalam grup WA yang sudah kita bisa punya semuanya di situ. Dan di grup WA tersebut, di grup WhatsApp tersebut, mungkin setelah ini kita akan bisa saling berkolaborasi satu sama lain, because I hear that some of you guys coming from the PhD student from UPSI, UPSI, or the other campus, or around the world, especially from Malaysia and Timor-Leste and Brunei Darussalam in Indonesia, exactly. So
we have one from Pakistan.
Sorry?
One participant from Pakistan just now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
one participant from Pakistan.
From Pakistan.
Ya, tadi saya sempat melihat namanya, tapi kemudian mungkin ini sudah kita akan cek nantinya, mungkin sudah mengisi. Terima kasih juga ternyata partisipan kita. We all of the participant coming from part of the world, especially from Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, then Indonesia, and Timor-Leste, and certainly from Pakistan as well. Thank you very much. And then the last session is the for ceremonial giving the certificate we all of distinguished speaker. Sisi berikutnya adalah secara seremoni, karena ini virtual. Saya sangat berharap, I hope that the Prof. Mansur can come in the Kudus. We will, yeah, insyaAllah. And Mr. Augusto too come into the Kudus. Apakah Mr. Augusto pernah ke Kudus?
Insyaallah.
Pernah ke Kudus? Mr.
Augusto? Not yet.
Oh, not yet. Kalau ke Malang sering ya?
Yeah, okay. Malang is second home.
Oh.
My second home.
Yeah. Malang, there's a city in the East Java, call it Malang. That is very memorable for Mr. Augusto for the second home. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please, the operator, can you help me? Okay, so this is the first one. Thank you very much. So, Profesor Dr. Mansur bin Abi Thalib. Oh, mungkin ini ada kesalahan penulisan ya. Nanti bisa diperbaiki namanya. As the speaker and presenter, meet the Professor 1.0, the visiting Professor of Islamic Educational Guidance and Counsel 2022. Thank you very much. Mungkin nanti akan kami kirim karena ini masih virtual, Prof. Dan kemudian yang kedua, certificate for Assistant Professor Augusto Dacosta, PhD, as the presenter or the speaker. Mungkin kami akan ada kesalahan penulisan, nanti akan kami segera revisi. We will try to make some little bit revision, and then we will send you this certificate as the presenter or speaker for the meet the professor too. Thank you very much. This is all the certificate for you. And then for all the participants, you can get the e-certificate by the fill-in for the link of the bit.ly slice absensi with the professor. Alright, terima kasih sebanyak-banyaknya kepada Profesor Mansur, kepada Mr. Augusto. Mungkin di sesi terakhir ini kita akan berfoto bersama. Jadi kami mohon para pemateri dan juga para audiens sekalian untuk bisa mengaktifkan kameranya. Kita akan berfoto bersama sebagai bentuk kebersamaan kita dan sebagai syarat untuk bisa bukti dari kegiatan telah berlangsung dengan sangat sukses hari ini. So we would like to invite you to on cam and we will take photo together. Panitia, siap ya foto bersama? Oke, kita masih menunggu yang on cam semuanya. Oke, wait a minute. Kita ada 3 lembar ya. Oke, so the first one. You ready, please? Let's put together. Keep smile. Give the best smile. Okay. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Again. Untuk yang belum membuka kameranya on cam, bisa di on cam kan? Bisa buka kameranya. You can open up the camera. For the task student. Oke, sudah mulai. Oke, kita foto bersama, senyuman, berikan senyuman terindah. 1, 2, 3. Cheers. Alright. And then the last, this is the last. Okay, take photo together. 1, 2, and 3. Cheers. Alright. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation today. I'm so happy because this international event is, I'm doing this is very success. Thank you very much for all of the distinguished speaker, Prof. Mansur and Mr. Augusto, PhD. We will meet in the next or the near future, especially for the ICC 2020. Maybe I will come into the convention. Because we just joined for the innovation competition in the Sarawak Kuching, inshallah. Is there any 1 or 2 words for us, Prof. Mansur or Mr. Augusto?
Okay, thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for inviting and include me into this international conference. I'm really happy and more than happy. I'm really happy to be part of this conference, even though my internet connection is so weak, so I'm not really present really well, but I'm grateful to the committee, and then my best wishes for the director of your campus and all the dean, and then all the safety of department, all the students. Good luck and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you. Amin.
Thank you for Professor Mansur. That it was really lovely. I'm really privileged to work with you. Thank you so much, Prof. Wassalam.
Thank you very much. Prof. Mansur, you want to give the last
Yes, thank you, and congratulations, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Azmi. Congratulations to all the organizing committee member. Thank you, the director, the dean, the head of department for inviting me to represent Rekaman International and also USSI University. Congratulations. Also, thank you to all the participants who have spent their time today asking very, very good questions. I hope there will be a moment later that we could meet in future, and there is knowledge that you can gain from the talk today. So you are important in everyone's life. Yeah, keep on doing good job and make a significant impact in everyone's life. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the last statement from Prof. Mansur. It is one of the special for the counselor ya. Always giving mahfuzat atau kata-kata mutiara. Giving the special word yang sangat membantu kita semuanya. Baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami terima kasih sekali. Kami tentu saja sebagai organizing committee juga mengucapkan banyak-banyak permintaan maaf. Adapun kalau ada beberapa hal yang memang kurang berkenan di hati Bapak Ibu, mungkin secara persiapan kami, mungkin dari kami menyambut Bapak Ibu serta seluruh partisipan yang ada pada siang hari ini, tapi insya Allah ini menjadi evaluasi kami ke depannya untuk menjadi semakin baik lagi, dan BKPI insya Allah akan ada banyak agenda-agenda yang mirip seperti ini. Insya Allah Bapak Ibu sekalian bisa mengikutinya dengan baik, bisa kita membuat jejaring secara internasional. Hari ini terbukti ada peserta dari Malaysia, Brunei, Timor Leste, Indonesia, dan satu dari Pakistan tadi. Ini membuktikan bahwa insya Allah kita akan bisa menyelenggarakan hal yang lebih baik lagi ke depannya. Thank you very much for all the participants. Thank you very much of the dean, the leaders from the IAIN Kudus. Thank you very much for all the distinguished speaker. And I, as the moderator, will close this statement. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. God bless.
Health issues are a worldwide problem that is frequently ignored. On the other hand, the creation of various mental health service platforms based on the assistance of psychologists and psychiatrists is vast expanding, with a variety of funding mechanisms.
Coba Shopee, kalian nggak usah khawatir lagi. Kalau mau beli online, pakai bank atau kartu kredit, ini aja. You know I want you. It's not a secret, I tried so hard. You know you want me. So don't keep saying our hands tied. You claim it's not in the cards, and fate is pulling you miles away and out of reach from me. But you're here in my heart, so who can stop me if I decide it's all my destiny? What if we rewrite the stars? Say you were made to be mine. Nothing could keep us apart. You be the one I was meant to find. It's up to you and it's up to me. No one can say what we get to be. So why don't we rewrite the stars? Maybe the world could be ours tonight. You think it's easy? You think I don't want to run to you? But there are mountains, and there are doors that we can walk through. I know you're wondering why, because you're able to be just you and me within these walls. But when we go outside, you're gonna wake up and see that it was hopeless after all. No one can rewrite the stars. How can you say you'll be mine? Every